kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Streaming live worldwide online at 1130thetiger.com.
Hello.
Right now, when you buy more carpet at the Home Depot, you save more. During our Buy More, Save More event going on now. Upgrade your carpeting with top brands, then let us install it for you with prices starting at just 49 cents per square foot. Select from a wide assortment of carpet to fit your room, lifestyle, and budget during the Buy More, Save More event at the Home Depot. Offer valid October 16th through November 2nd, 2025. Base price for standard installations only. Excludes Traffic Master and stock carpet. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license numbers.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely. Boil
Shin
them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvenaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453, brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window installation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com. The Hill Brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport Barksdale Highway.
Tiger weather now.
Pretty good cold front comes in for Tuesday afternoon with some showers and some thunderstorms and some of the cooler numbers we've posted so far this season. That'll be Thursday night, Friday morning with some upper 30s across the area. 60 degrees our low overnight. Afternoon storms possible Tuesday, high 78. Partly cloudy, windy on Wednesday, high 60. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 103.3 FM 1130 The Tiger. My name is Tim Fletcher. Happy to be here with you. We're also on in Lafayette, 103.3 FM 1420 The Goat. Got some Dirtfoot popping into our ears here.
My friends, our little radio show is presented every day by our buddies over at Alsco and Alsco.com. When it comes to your facility care needs, whether it's washroom supplies, floor care, first aid services, and supplies, Alsco can take care of it. Look for the big green box trucks driving around town with Alsco on the side. Hopefully they're going to your place. 318-636-0404, Alsco.com. My good friends, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. That number is 318-725-5945. 318-RALLY-45.
Hello.
Hello, Coach O. How
Hello.
you doing? Hello.
Hello.
I know you're excited, Coach. There's a lot of job openings from Penn State to UCLA, LSU, Arkansas. Man, are you looking into any of
We're
these?
coming.
So which one, though?
We're coming.
Specify which one you're.
And we ain't backing down.
Oh, boy. I would
Hello?
not want to be your personal assistant, sir. Mudbugs hockey on the road yet again this weekend. They'll be back next weekend, though. MudbugsHockey.com for more information. Keep up with the boys. And, of course, you can call the ticket office, 318-636-7094, 318-636-7094, and get your tickets for the Mudbugs. What a great idea. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Live Oak Environmental. Buddy, when it comes to your dumpster service, I certainly hope that you're using Live Oak, because if you are, you already know. You're saving money. You got the best service, great guys, local guys, the Walters. Now, if you don't have the Live Oak logo on your dumpster, then that's just trash. How about making that switch on over? 318-230-7125. Maybe easier to remember the website. It's liveoakenv.com. As in everyone else is ENVS of Live Oak Environmental. liveoakenv.com. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella. Just off 3132, your local uniform pros since 1973. And they are gearing up for a big-time, huge sidewalk sale this Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. At 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your sidewalk sale begins. Some of the most incredible savings you're going to have that you're going to see in a while, whether it's T-shirts, sweatshirts, cleats, bats, balls, you name it, they're going to have it for you at Sports World. Big sidewalk sale this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's at 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Now, friends, we're on social media. We're on the X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at Hester32. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads, also at Tim Fletcher Show. We stream the show with a video in Panavision Sound and Technicolor Audio, wherever you find us on YouTube, The Tim Fletcher Show. We're also on our Facebook page and on X at Fletcher Show. So we're everywhere, man. And we also will upload each hour of our radio show into the stratosphere so that you can download wherever you get your podcast each hour of our radio show individually. And, man, have we got a jam-packed show today. Woo! Matter of fact, let's get this party started. Yes, sir. Your SEC update is brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a super duper good dude, and all he wants to do is help you come up with a financial game plan, an investment game plan, so that when your future self looks back, you'll be able to say, man, I am so glad back in 2025 I decided to go ahead and make that call to Bo Harris and get this thing started, because I wouldn't be where I am today without that planning. That's all he wants, is for you to have a better future. It's not that bad of a guy, huh? That's kind of the guy you want on your side. Bo Harris, Wealth Management, bringing you the SEC update. Football players of the week were announced I'm surprised that it's not just Texas A&M players everywhere, but it's not. Although, the offensive player of the week certainly was Marcel Reed. 310 yards of total offense, 4 touchdowns, 12 out of 21 throwing the ball, 202 yards, 13 carries for a career-high 108 yards and 2 scores. 3 of 4 touchdowns accounted for went for 15-plus yards, including a career-long 41-yard touchdown run to kick off the game's scoring in the win over LSU. Defensive player of the week, Xavier Atkins, linebacker of Auburn, had a career-high 13 tackles, including a pair of sacks and 4 tackles for a loss in the come-from-behind win over Arkansas. Anthony Hill, linebacker for Texas. Hill led the Horns with a career-high 2.5 sacks and 4 pressures, with a second-highest total of 3.5 tackles for a loss, to go along with a forced fumble and a double-digit tackle total of 10 in Texas' 45-38 overtime road win over Mississippi State. Special teams player of the week in the SEC, Alex McPherson, Auburn's place kicker. He had all 6 field goal attempts and 1 extra point to account for 19 of Auburn's 33 points in the come-from-behind win. His 6 field goals made matched an Auburn and SEC single-game record, tying former Tiger Daniel Carlson, who had 6 field goals in 2016 against LSU, and Al Del Greco, former NFL star as well, in 1982 versus Kentucky. Offensive lineman of the week, Lance Hurd. Oh, boy, I wonder if LSU could have used Lance Hurd still on the team. Lance Hurd, who transferred to Tennessee from LSU, played all 59 snaps for the Volunteers. Flawless job as the Vols rolled up 504 yards in a 56-34 win at Kentucky. He did not allow a sack, a hurry, or a penalty. Diego Pounds of Ole Miss also named the co-offensive lineman of the week. They allowed just 1 sack while committing just 1 penalty. 431 total yards, most surrendered by the Sooners all year, who had allowed just 213 yards per game. Defensive lineman of the week, Ethan Burke, edge rusher out of Texas, had a career-high 2 tackles for a loss as part of 7 total tackles. And Cassius Howell, defensive end for A&M, he was a problem on Saturday night in Baton Rouge. 2 tackles for a loss, and 2 sacks. And finally, the freshman of the week, Winston Watkins of Ole Miss, led the team with a career-high 111 receiving yards on 4 catches. That's the most by a Rebel freshman since Elijah Moore had 129 versus South Carolina in 2018. Those are your SEC football players of the week. And that, my friends, was your SEC Update. The SEC Update is a paid advertisement brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a former Captain Shreve Gator, LSU Tigers, Cincinnati Bengal, and he wants to help you come up with an investment game plan. He'd love to have a cup of coffee to discuss just that. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris Wealth Management, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Time now to say good morning to our old pal, Rogers Hambone Hampton. Good morning.
Hey, boy. Happy 2 for Tuesday there, Tim Fletcher. But today, we're doubling down on this last week of Blocktober. Mm-hmm. We got a triple play today. Not just a 2 for Tuesday for Tech Tuesday. We got a triple play Tech Tuesday.
It is a crazy Spell Brothers Lumber.
I am so
Tech
excited
Tuesday.
about today's lineup.
No doubt.
Don't speak.
Well, there you go. 7:40, we'll have Sonny Cumbie joining us here as part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. At 8 o'clock, with a fall baseball series scheduled with Mississippi State this weekend, we're going to talk a little fall ball with Lane Burroughs, and we'll probably also get his opinion of Tony Vitello going straight from college to the big leagues.
The old Lane train.
And then at 8:20 this morning, with the Conference USA Women's Soccer Tournament set to begin, Bulldog soccer coach Stephen Voltz joins us and gives a forecast of what he expects from his ladies in the Conference USA
Triple Play Tech
soccer.
Tuesday.
And that's all brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Of course, we have our Skent-N-Dent coaches lineup for you as well. That's going to kick off here about, 4 minutes from now with Double D Dennis Dunn. Rogers, last night, the World Series was one that they will put in a time capsule Game 3 will put in a time capsule, and it's just an instant classic. 18 innings, 6 hours, 39 minutes. Freddie Freeman, walk-off home run, bottom of the 18th inning to lead off the bottom of the 18th to give the Dodgers a 6-5 win.
See, this is what's wrong with baseball.
It was nuts. It was nuts. I tried to stay with it, Raj.
Oh, there's no way.
I fell asleep, I guess, 10th inning, 11th inning.
You made it way further than I did.
Shohei Ohtani did so much last night to put his name in the record books. It's phenomenal.
Fab Five Freddy is sure cementing his legacy.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy, It really is. And yesterday, or last night, Shohei Ohtani, all he did, Raj, is have 2 doubles, 2 home runs, 4 intentional walks, and then 1 not so intentional on the bottom of the 17th. He became the first player to have 4 extra base hits in a World Series game since Frank Isbell for the White Sox in Game 5 of the 1906 World Series. He is also the first major leaguer in 83 years to reach base safely 9 times in a game. 9 times reach base. 2 doubles, 2 home runs. Unbelievable. When asked afterward what he was looking forward to, he said going to sleep since he is the starting pitcher for Game 4 tonight. The game ended at
What was it our time?
It was 6 hours, 39 minutes past 7:10.
Oh, my God. So
1:49,
wow.
I believe.
So it was ending when we were just kind of getting up.
Right, yeah. When I woke up, Raj, 3:30, I was like, let me check real quick. And I went, oh, my gosh.
It still lasted
And so I went on X, and there were fresh tweets from an hour ago about the game. I was like, what the heck?
A lot of sleepy-looking anchors this morning.
No doubt about it.
Oh, our one gal over here that I don't know how she got to where she is. Must have slept on the couch in the office because the hair was kind of in a bun, kind of.
Yeah.
And you know that look.
Oh, yeah.
It's that same look Daniel had on Y&R yesterday. Just, oh, my God.
I get it.
I'm red-eyed and wore out.
I get it.
But yeah, instant classic. Hate the Dodgers won. Can't stand the Dodgers.
Same here.
Hate the Dodgers. Can't stand them.
Freddie Freeman became the first player in baseball history to have multiple postseason walk-off World Series home runs.
That's unbelievable.
There was a lot of stuff going on.
And he missed a couple of shots.
He did.
I mean.
He did. It was phenomenal.
So it's not surprising he did that with the shots he barely missed.
Right. It was phenomenal. Well, I mean, just a crazy game. So if you taped it, you probably didn't get all of it. 6:14 the time. When we come back, we begin our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations with North DeSoto head coach Dennis Dunn. They've got a bit of a doozy this weekend. We'll talk about the upcoming matchup with Loyola, plus what they have already accomplished through 8 weeks, 8-0 for the Fighting Griffins. Our little radio show is coming at you courtesy of the wonderful people over at AccuTemp, 861-2255. The cool snap is going to happen here very, very soon. Raj, Thursday is when it starts getting cooler in the 40s and stuff. Wednesday morning, so tomorrow morning. Okay, so that's when people are going to say, hey, I need to turn on my heat, and they're going to turn on the heat, and they're going to hear a click, 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 and nothing. That's a bad sound. You know what you want to do? Go ahead and get it checked up by the fine folks over at AccuTemp, 861-2255. Our little radio show is coming at you courtesy as well of the fine folks over at Sports World, our early riser, what do you call that thing, Rod? Sponsor. Big sidewalk sale this Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. So many things on sale, so many great values and items that you need that you'll be able to get at a better price than any other time this year. Sidewalk sale this Saturday, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. And thanks again to Alsco and Alsco.com for being our presenting sponsor. Facility care, linens, and so much more. Back with Dennis Dunn right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Bring it in, kids. Come on, get around. Coach McCoachson speaking here. Sports World. They are your local uniform professionals. Of course, football season, we know the old Jack and his crew got everything for you at Sports World. That's where I go for everything. See these coaches shorts? Think they make these things on trees? Think these make these things out of natural fabric? Heck no. But I know I can get them at Sports World. Cleats? Yep. Hats? Yep. I carry 3 or 4 hats because they got to throw 3 of them on the sideline. Sports World, 8809 Dwella, just off 3132. They've been in business 50 years. That's as long as I've been Coach McCoachson.
Hey, Louisiana, get ready to multiply your fun because the celebration starts with the new Multiplier family of games from the lottery. 5 ways to multiply your winnings, starting with 5 times the cash. Win up to $5,000. The fun continues with 10 times the cash. Win up to $20,000. Turn up the volume and play 20 times the cash. Win up to $100,000. And get ready for a cash blast with 50 times the cash. Win up to $200,000. And the ultimate prize, 100 times the cash. Top prize is a whopping $500,000. Multiply the fun, multiply the cash. Join the fun and play the Multiplier family of games from the lottery. Win up to $500,000. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros, and they are gearing up for their huge, enormous sidewalk sale this Saturday. Be there for incredible savings on so many outstanding items. Whatever you need for athletics, whatever you need for school unis, they've got it at Sports World. And the big sale this Saturday, the weather's going to be fantastic, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And also our show presented by Alsco, washroom supplies, floor care, laundry services, and more, 636-0404. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent appliance and furniture coaches conversation, your head coach of the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins, good old Double D, Dennis Dunn. Good morning, Dennis. How you doing?
Good morning, Fletch. How are you?
I am A-OK, buddy. The Fighting Griffins go 8-0 with a big win on Friday. You just keep on setting them up and knocking them down. A 62-12 win over Woodlawn. Kenny Thomas. Dennis, I'm just looking around here at some of the stuff that with your squad. 62 points. Luke Delafield. I mean, I don't know. Landon Berry. Porter Doyle. I mean, there's so many kids that come through. And this week, Logan Addison had 12 tackles, a forced fumble, and 2 tackles for a loss. It seemed like every week there's somebody new on defense that's doing something spectacular. Before we get into the offensive output in this weekend's game, Coach, if you could, give us a little spiel on how good Logan Addison is and what he means to this team.
Well, Logan was a starter as a freshman, so that tells you about his ability to play the game. To start as a freshman on our team is quite a feat, but, he's got a lot of game experience under his belt for just being a sophomore. And it was a huge hit for us after the West Monroe game. He dislocated his wrist in the West Monroe game in the second quarter and was out for a couple of weeks. So having him back has just been a tremendous lift for our defense, and he had a great game the other night, no doubt.
Wow, that's nice to have right there in your back pocket, getting one of your better defenders. And, Coach, you look at the way this team has just stacked up these wins. Yeah, the point production's been phenomenal, but you've also given up only just a scant few number of points. What is it that this defense does that makes things so difficult for other teams to navigate through?
I think, it starts with our coaches, our defensive coordinator and Josh James and the rest of that defensive staff, Bobby Madison on the back end, Brad Young, Michael Richard up front with, just guys who absolutely bust it day in and day out. Matthew Conger is a new addition to our staff, and he's on that defensive side of the ball. And of course, mainstay Bo Odom staying with us. He's over there. So when you talk about the quality of coaches on that side of the ball. That's the expectation. But I think they bring the energy of those coaches. The whole mentality is 11 hats to the ball, and they fly to the football and swarm the ball, and that's what's fun about watching our defense play. They enjoy it. They love the game, and I think they are an extension of their coaches. So, I'm proud of where we are. We can still get better. I know that none of those coaches are satisfied with where we're at right now, and there's opportunity to get better every week. So that's the if you could point to one thing that I think makes us pretty good, we do have outstanding players, but man, we've got an outstanding coaching staff on that side of the ball.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good little laundry list of fellas there that have been around for a while doing this kind of stuff. Dennis, this team has been kind of laser focused, it feels like, making their way through some pretty heady competition. Of course, none bigger than West Monroe way back there in week 3, I believe, the 39-28 win that kind of served notice around the state that there was a 4A squad that was certainly kind of flexing their muscles. And now here you are 2 weeks away from the postseason beginning, but you have a matchup of undefeated teams, 8-0 North DeSoto at home versus 8-0 Loyola. And I don't know if you forecast this or if you saw this coming. I don't know how many people would have seen this coming, but how exciting is it this late in the season to still have two teams undefeated squaring off in district play?
Man, this is what you play for. I mean, to have this kind of game this toward the end of the season, I mean, it kind of reminds you of the old days or just a few years ago when us and Northwood played at the end of the year, and both of us having, good records, and it was for all the marbles, and here we are with Loyola now in our district and them playing well and being 8-0. It's going to be a playoff kind of atmosphere. I told the kids yesterday, I said, hopefully you're taking the ACT test later on, but this is the pre-ACT. This is to determine how well you're going to do when you take the actual test, and that's how we look at it. This will be a playoff kind of atmosphere, the crowd, the weather. I mean, it's why you play the game. It's why you coach the game. Packed house, horns and fireworks, and I mean, what else could you ask for this time of year? So we're just excited about playing a quality opponent in Loyola. We know that they're bringing a very, very salty offense in here with the rest of its kid, and I'm just very impressed with his development over the last year, watching him last year now. Those coaches have done a good job in developing him, and, man, he can make all the throws. He can stretch you vertically. He can stretch you horizontally. He makes all the throws, touch throws. And look, if you lighten the box and try to defend the pass, they do a nice job of running the football. So, we know that we're facing a very formidable team, and we're looking forward to the contest. And shoot, it's why you line up and play.
Dennis, it seems like Loyola's offense, they've got multiple receivers that are more than above just good. It's going to be interesting to see how I would not want to have to vote for the District 1-4A all-district team, I'll tell you that much, and try to differentiate some of these kids that are really.
Man, they do. Those receivers
are everything.
They got ball skills. I mean, he can spread it around. They're not trying to get the ball to just any one guy. I mean, anybody can on that receiving corps can hurt you at any time. So I think that's what makes them very good is that you can't defend one guy.
I was going to ask you, that kind of offense, when's the last time you've seen something like this where there are 4 or 5 guys out in every pass route, and all 5 of them are viable, take it to the house kind of guys?
Probably about 20 years ago when I was out there on Broad Acres. But anyway, yeah, no, they're very good, very good.
What is it about your team that you like on the offensive side of things heading into this game that gives you confidence matching up against Loyola this weekend?
Well, obviously, you mentioned Kenny Thomas, getting him back. He was out for 3 weeks, and getting Kenny back, and when you combine him and Braylon in the running game, that's a 1-2 punch, and defending that is something that I think is going to be important. I think ball security and those things we talk about every week. The bottom line is going to be, fundamentals. Are we going to take care of the fundamentals? Are we going to, is our pad level going to be right in the defensive and offensive line? Are we going to hold on to the football? Are we going to protect the ball? Because, that's one of the focuses down here late is ball security. When you think about what's hurt us in the last 3 years, especially down the stretch in the playoffs, has been ball security. 2 years ago, they had us penciled in going back to the Dome, and we laid an egg out at our own place, fumble the ball on the 1 yard line going in, then fumbled again, inside the 10 later on, that were big scoring opportunities that cost us in that game. So anytime there's a big game, I think the turnover battle will be play a big part in the game.
And, of course, I've ran into some North DeSoto folks last Thursday, and they were just talking about this game. They were excited about it, obviously. And it seemed like the general feeling is that Luke has been just kind of cooling his jets, letting obviously the running back tandem with Braylon and Kenny, and whenever Kenny was out, there's been replacements that have been able to get the job done. But he hasn't had that 350-yard, 4-touchdown game that we know that he can do, and he has in the past. And there are some folks that are just itching for this to be the game for Luke to kind of break out of the box and have a typical Luke Delafield game.
Well, look, make no mistake about it. Luke has been the key. And, when you've got a team that's 8-0 and you're as diversified as our offense is, the other night, they played a little over a half a game, and Kenny had 91 yards rushing. Latin had 85. Luke throws for 195, and that's pretty diversified game plan. And again, it's like you talk about Loyola. They got 4 or 5 guys that can catch it, and they can get it to any one of them. We've got some pretty good receivers too. Colton LaCour stepped up the other night, 4 catches, 3 of them were touchdowns. So, if they load the box and go in there, and I think you have to do to stop stop the running game, then we got some guys that can go get it. We got a guy that can get it there. He's proven that over and over and over again. So Luke's been the key. He's not. When you talk to him, he doesn't care about those stats and how many yards he's thrown for. He doesn't even know. The bottom line is he wants to win football games, and he has managed our offense better than he has in any other year, and I'm just so proud of him.
Dennis, also this week, in addition to the big matchup between undefeated squads, North DeSoto hosting Loyola Friday night. Cannot wait for that one. A little big news over the weekend in the college football world with the dismissal of Brian Kelly, and also the dismissal yesterday morning of Joe Sloan, former Louisiana Tech assistant coach who has been the offensive coordinator this season after being co-offensive coordinator last year. Dennis, did you see this coming? How do you kind of look at this as far as where this puts LSU in terms of college football and Brian Kelly, and just kind of your thoughts on the whole quagmire down there?
Well, Fletch, obviously the standard in Baton Rouge is winning. And not just winning championships. And, when mediocrity is standardized, it's unacceptable. And, for LSU this time of year, 5-3 is unacceptable, especially after, that quagmire that took place last Saturday night in Tiger Stadium. And I think it was just a culmination of 4 years of of course, if he had won 2 championships, and we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. Right. But was he really a fit? When you show up and the first time he's really seen, he tries to inflect his voice with a Southern drawl, and come on, people aren't. Coaching's hard, it's tough. But it's a people business, and I can't judge the man. I can't judge his heart, but I'm a fruit inspector. I can see how he treats coaches on the sideline and ripping coaches after I mean, that's unacceptable. This is a people business, and it's not hard to be nice and care about people and honor people. Those guys are working probably much harder than he is to help LSU win. And man, when you're ripping them publicly, I mean, and I think people saw that. I mean, again, you can tolerate a lot of things if you're winning championships, but if you're mediocre and you're not nice to people, you're not going. I mean, that's not going to be something that they didn't wait very long to move him on down the road.
No, they didn't. And there was another instance. Rogers and I were talking about this, Dennis. And Rogers picked up on the first quarter when he started yelling at Joe Sloan over the headset and just cursing him like, he had just run a red light or something. And then the conversations that were heated between he and Nussmeier, and Nussmeier ignoring him and walking away while Kelly was still yelling at him. And then Brian Kelly just kind of turned around and had that, oh, well, look on his face. I thought, holy moly, these players don't respect him. These coaches are getting berated by him. He is toast. And then there was another instance where he was just kind of turned around and he was just scratching under his chin, just kind of staring out at the field. And there's, still photos of that. And it looks like a man whose mind was so far away from Tiger Stadium that he was not even, witnessing what was going on right in front of his face.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Again, being a coach is so hard. I mean, you can't make everybody happy. That's obvious. I mean, one of my mentors back in the day, my high school coach, Lowell Morrison, said, Dennis, if you try to make everybody happy, you're going to make yourself miserable. But there's the other thing he says, you beat people to death with kindness when you have the opportunity. You spread credit around when things go good. And when things don't go good, you own it. You take credit for it. Whether it's your fault or not, you're the head coach. You own it. And I'm not sure that was done very well, and that's unfortunate. I hope the next guy is a guy that can just, win the state's heart. It's part of the LSU job is you're more famous than the governor or anybody else, and just be nice. I mean, if you love Louisiana people, they're going to love you back. And then if you really win, come on, man. There's nothing better than that. So, anyway, get a great coach, but also get a guy that can meet people, talk to people, shake their. I never met Brian Kelly. I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, I wasn't trying to seek him out to meet him, but anyway, it is what it is. There's a standard in Baton Rouge, and you can't standardize mediocrity, and obviously that's where LSU is today.
And I'm just kind of curious there. I remember way back when, Dennis, when Jerry DiNardo got the job and had to bring the Magic back tour. And he, if I remember correctly, because I know we covered him when he came up here, I think he visited every football-playing high school in the state at that point in time and made a point to meet every coach. And I have a pretty good feeling that Les probably, whether through the Coaches Association or clinics, probably had some kind of conversation with 80-90% of the high school coaches, and I know Coach O certainly did a pretty good job of that as well. I know that Jess and the folks over at Manny kind of had some difficulty there at some point there with the lack of attention for some of their guys. But I just never heard about Brian Kelly really doing that. And of course, Saban, also did a nice job of communicating, it feels like, with high school coaches.
Well, Saban became the standard. I mean, the reason the LSU standard is what it is because of Nick Saban. I mean, you can say what you want to say. He set the standard, but he was not too big to walk in. I mean, again, nobody really knew who Nick Saban was when he got here, but he got here and he put a barrier around Louisiana. And he did not lose anybody he wanted in Louisiana. And that was something that was unique about him and special. And he would actually come to the school and have a conversation with you and remember your name. And he would recruit. Jacob Hester was not a premier recruit. Yep. I mean, nobody in the world had really – Jacob Hester wasn't an overwhelming size guy. He didn't meet all of the metrics in terms of height and weight and speed and everything you want. But Saban watched him practice one game and then came to a soccer game, and he called me. He said, this guy could have played in the 1950s.
Right.
I mean, he can play anywhere. He said, I'm offering him a scholarship. This guy's a football player. And nobody else had done. I mean, you're talking about the LSU coach. And none of the FCSs had done. I mean, he didn't care what the metrics were. He walked out there and he saw a football player and he said, I want him. And the rest is history. Now Jacob Hester is practically the governor of the state.
Sometimes I think we'd be better off if he was, So I'm just saying it's the stories that are starting to creep out now. It always is intriguing to me, Dennis. Whenever someone gets fired, is when people start talking about, he wasn't very nice to any of the people around here. Like, well, why didn't you say this while he was here? So that people could have been a little bit more in tune to this, and maybe this could have been avoided, or somebody in charge could have gone to him and said, hey, dude, you are disconnecting with the coaches. You're disconnecting with the state. We're going to let you go if you don't get this straightened out. But instead, they just kind of let it just keep going and going and going until they finally had a reason to pull the plug. But I'm like,
well, there was probably about, 54 million reasons to try to make it work.
Yep, there were, and we'll see how that all goes as well. Once again, the best job in the world, Dennis, is a fired college head coach. Those are gigs that not too many people get, but he had him a good lunch at Superior in Baton Rouge yesterday apparently, and then packed his boxes and there he went. Well, you've got a bigger kettle of fish to worry about, and that's the Loyola Flyers. The Loyola Flyers have a kettle of fish to worry about, and that's the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins. And it's so much fun that this game is happening this Friday in Stonewall, and we'll also be visiting with John Sella of Loyola here in about 35 minutes or so. So fun stuff, Dennis. Best of luck to your boys, and hope everyone gets out of this thing nice and healthy.
Appreciate it, Fletch. Thank you.
You bet. We got an LSU update coming for you here in just a wee bit. That's Skent-N-Dent, our coaches' conversations. So Coach Bachman said, hey, ask Coach Dunn what diversified means. I'm just an old linebacker, and that's way too many syllables. I get it. I think that means multiplication, addition, subtraction, and diversification. When you take something and goes into something. The early riser portion of our show was brought to you by Sports World. They've got their big sidewalk sale this Saturday. I cannot stress enough the savings you're going to get and the selection that's going to be there. This is not just we can't sell this stuff. Let's just put it out there on the sidewalk. This is the good stuff. It's everything. It's what you are looking for the fall and winter and for your athlete and your family, for your kiddos, for your Christmas shopping. What better time than take advantage of enormous savings this Saturday, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Thanks as well to Adam and Jana Cormier Family Dentistry, the dynamic duo of dentistry. If you're looking for a dentist, I've got two for you. Adam and Jana Cormier, husband and wife, right there on East Kings, across from the Albertsons, between Drug Emporium and Aikens Nursery, 868-4072. The home of same-day single-visit crowns. That's right. You don't have to go and get all x-rayed and measured up for this stuff, and then they take a sample or whatever it is, and then they got to come back a week from then and get your crown put on. No, it's all done the same day. Plus, they feature cosmetic dentistry, dentures as well, friendly staff, beautiful smiles. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. We'll be back with more of our show presented by Alsco right after this. Sports World 8809, Joella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts. They've got the sunglasses. They got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Long been a fan of Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, the dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jana Cormier, i.e. Starburst, for the reason to send me to Cormier Family Dentistry. East Kings Highway across from Albertsons next to Drug Emporium.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas, next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport-Bossier, with accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. It's a beautiful Tuesday, October 28th. Oh, we had a fall classic last night. Dodgers win 6-5 in 18 innings. Chiefs win Monday Night Football, all kind of fun stuff. But there's also a little stuff going on down at LSU. As a matter of fact, we have an LSU update right now. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting and rivercitieslighting.com. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River Cities Lighting has got your light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, plus rugs, plus wallpaper, and so much more. They've been doing this for just about 13 years, going on 14 years. Go see KB, Kevin Bryant, and his crew. River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. So, yeah, we mentioned this yesterday. Joe Sloan was canned yesterday as well. And so, according to multiple sources, Sloan's name was at the center of a big fight between Kelly and Brian Kelly and Athletic Director Scott Woodward. The Athletic saying that Woodward told Kelly to fire his play caller. Kelly fired back that he wanted to make other staff moves that Woodward didn't jibe with. And so it escalated. And then next thing you know, Kelly's packing up his boxes and heading out. Footballscoop.com, thanks to Scott over at DannyDunn.com for compiling all this, reports that Sloan will be due a $530,000 buyout subject to a duty to mitigate clause. You said duty. Sloan was making $1 million through January 15th of this year and was set to make $1.1 million next fall. So a $530,000 buyout for Joe Sloan, which beats a stick in the eye, I guess, Raj, but now he's going to have to figure out what to do. It's going to be interesting how this thing plays out. There's already mentions that Marcus Freeman has already told Penn State and Florida no through his representatives who have reached out. Athletic directors from both schools have reached out to Marcus Freeman's representatives at Notre Dame or his agent, and he said, no, I don't want any of those jobs. Doesn't mention that LSU hasn't reached out yet, but Freeman does say that he is happy being where he is at Notre Dame. And so I think he is probably among the top 3 candidates anywhere. That if you had to pick out a coach to take over your program, I think that Marcus Freeman would be on just about anybody's short list. That, hey, if we can get Marcus Freeman, sure. So I don't know. I just thought that was interesting that they did say that Florida and, who did I say? Penn State have both reached out, and he said no. And I'm like, well, I know it's too soon maybe for LSU to have reached out, but Rogers, in this world, people may have been reaching out 4 weeks ago from LSU. Because apparently there was, according to Ross Dellinger, there was almost a pass the plate around in the Stadium Club on Saturday night of disgruntled big money boosters that were so upset by what they were witnessing that they were saying, hey, let's collect the money. We're going to pay this guy out. We're done with this. And so Dellinger said it was very much like a pass the plate at church. Yeah.
Your LSU updates brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River Cities Lighting takes care of your light fixture needs for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. They've been doing this for a long time, 13 years or so. They are the pros. They're who custom home builders use to when they build new homes in these new neighborhoods. There's a new neighborhood popping up somewhere, I'm sure, on Airline. There's another one somewhere on Benton Road. There's more out there on Ellerby being built. And so when you see these new homes, like, I wonder where they get all those lights from. If you've ever wondered that, I'll tell you. More than likely getting them from River Cities Lighting. Why wouldn't they? Whether it's a DIY project or if you're a custom home builder that has to have a bunch of lights in a hurry, you know where to go. RiverCitiesLighting.com, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. And, of course, my friends, our little show is brought to you by our fine friends over at Alsco. When it comes to laundry services, first aid services, facility care, and more, Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. And our show, The Early Riser, coming at you thanks to Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World. They've got your big sidewalk sale ready to rock your world Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. When we come back, we're going to visit with Tyler, and it's not a hassle. Right after this.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland's going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Piney Park's Fall Festival and Spooky Trail is family fun at every turn, and SeizeTheDeal.com has your half-price tickets. Stroll through the family-friendly Spooky Trail, pick out your favorite pumpkin from the pumpkin patch, dine on eats and sweets at the food trucks, and enjoy jumbo pillows, barrel train rides, Piney Peak slides, brand new adventure trail ride, and more. Get your half-price tickets now at SeizeTheDeal.com and fall into fun at Piney Park Fall Festival and Spooky Trail, where autumn adventure awaits.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hambone, Hampton. It's a Tuesday, October 28th. We're coming to you live thanks to our friends over at Alsco, alsco.com, 318-636-0404, 318-636-0404, workwear, uniforms, facility care, and more. And the early riser portion of our show, thanks to Sports World. They've got their huge sidewalk sale. They are just days away, Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Get there early for the biggest savings and the best selection that you're going to find anywhere. Sports World. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Manny Tigers, it's good old Tyler Hassell. Hey, Tyler, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, Fletch? How y'all this morning?
We are A-OK, man, just A-OK. How's everything in the world of the Manny Tigers this morning?
Well, it's been a little bit better. We took a lump on Friday, but no time to feel sorry for yourself. We got to get ready for this week. Northwestern comes to town.
Yeah, it's kind of a big game, too, because I was looking at the old power ratings, and right now it looks like you guys are sitting at 17, and I don't know if that's the official. That's on the LHSA website. That's certainly inside the fold. How much up and down can we make it from here, you think? I mean, have you had your stat nerds on the staff take a look at this and go, hey, Coach, this is as high up as we can get, and this is as low as we can go?
Yeah, we have our mathematicians on staff that looked at it. I think we can jump as high as about 10, and then obviously if you don't take care of business, how low can you drop? I think we've done our due diligence. I think we don't drop out of the playoffs, but obviously we're looking to chase a win, try to get as high as possible. We want that home playoff game.
And that in Division III, you have to have what? Is that top 8 gets the home? Was it top four get it in Division III, top 28 make it in the playoffs. Top 28 get the playoffs, and so 15, 16, so 16 seed host of 17 seats. Okay, so as long as you're in the top 16, you get a home game in that opening round. And obviously, if you're top 4, you get the first round bye and all that good stuff. So that's certainly a whole different kettle of fish. But obviously, you're playing these next 2 weeks. If you win, you're going to have a home playoff game. You take on North Webster at home, and then it's off to Mansfield, which is going to be another that's a dicey situation as good as they're playing. What is it about North Webster that worries you most heading into this game?
Yeah, they're athletic, they're physical. You look at their schedule and you say, well, they're 3-5, but go look at the opponents. Turn on the film. Go watch them play versus Richwood and Carroll and Sterlington. They're playing good competition, and they've got a couple guys at linebacker who run the ball who are they stand out on film. I believe their last name is Jackson. They may be two brothers. Number 34 who plays Mike linebacker and running back, and then number 15. I mean, he flies to the ball. So those are obvious standouts from them. If you turn on the tape, any coach sees that they fly to the ball, and when they touch it, they're a dangerous threat as well.
Well, and that's what you get in this division of high school football, a couple of two-way kids that just get out there and get after it. As far as the way your boys are playing, it seemed like that this one, this past week, just doesn't look right as far as just the way things have been going for the Manny Tigers. And, take the Ash game out of the mix because, it's Ash for Pete's sake. They're a 5A powerhouse. You take a look at just about every other game, there's some really positive things you could take away, even from the losses. And that's why this game against Red River probably puzzled you and your other coaches, because it just feels like that, where did this come from? That doesn't seem right for Week 7. Did it kind of have that feeling for you?
Yeah, I mean, success is taking advantage of your opportunities. And in the first half of Red River, we were presented several opportunities. I made a decision to go for it on 4th down, 4th and 1 on our own territory. And, we get stuffed right there. So it's a huge momentum swing on the road. And, we turned the ball over a couple times. I don't think the score dictates, the type of team that we are by any means. I felt like we didn't play our brand of football. We didn't piece it all together. And we just fell a little flat on the road. So we've talked about it. We put that tape to bed, and we've got to get better because of it. And that's been my message all week. We're going to be better because of this game. Rather get it out of our system now than try to do it later in the season and Week 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, you do it in Week 11, and it's the last thing you do, for the season. If you do it in Week 7, it's something to build on. And that's obviously one good way to take advantage of this, taking on a North Webster squad. As far as what your guys are doing well or had been doing well, let's just say the Red River game is that anomaly, that outlier. What's the one thing that you kind of are still looking at, even in practice, that you're like, okay, we have got this mastered. We are doing this really well. I don't have to worry about this aspect of our game planning because we are up to speed on this. What would that encompass, you think?
I wouldn't say I don't worry about it, but I mean, I think our run game is our identity on offense, and that's what we try to do. We're going to try to run the ball at you. We're going to find different blocking schemes to get after it and formation you. So I guess I sleep good at night knowing that we have an identity. But obviously, last Friday we didn't bring that to the table. We didn't take care of business. We didn't optimize our opportunities, and those are things that we're working on week in and week out just to get a little bit better in each facet of the game.
As far as the kids' mentality, they've some of these kids lived through the Ophir last year and the kind of a rebuilding year, but the year before that, and this year they've had that taste. They've had that look of, okay, this is what it's like when we're winning here again. Some of these kids that are sophomores in particular or juniors haven't really had that experience. Seniors certainly have. How's their mentality heading into this as far as coming off the loss, but knowing that, buddy, we can really have a great season if we win these next 2 games, especially hosting a playoff game right where we want to, where the fireworks and the sirens and all that good stuff is here. Are they okay as far as their positivity right now?
Yeah, I think obviously that one stings. You play a rival, and you wish to have that one back, but we had a great practice yesterday. The kids came in when they watched film on Truth Monday, and it stings when you watch the film, but you put it to bed and then you hype up the next week and you talk about the next matchup that you have and the opportunities that lie in front of you. We talk about where we're seated at in playoffs and how we're battling for a home playoff game. We talk about the opportunities for a split in the district championship, if we go into week 10 to Mansfield. So those all things are still right there in front of us. We've got high goals to play home round playoff game and continue that journey deeper into the playoffs in the second, third, and fourth round as well. So we talk about those opportunities that they're still all out there in front of us. It's up to us to decide what we're going to make of this situation. It's kind of like a crossroads in your season. That's how we can explain to our kids. You get to decide which road you take now.
Tyler, also this weekend, of course, the LSU Tiger situation came to a head, and Brian Kelly was dismissed on Sunday, and then Monday morning, Joe Sloan's dismissed. What are your thoughts on just that whole situation down there? Did you see it coming? Do you think it's the right thing to do? Did you have any relationship whatsoever with Brian Kelly? Just kind of get your thoughts on the whole process.
Yeah, the process is not by any surprise. I would say, when LSU fans get to murmuring, boosters get to get gathering funds together, and I don't think what people understand is that this is probably over $100 million rebuild process or a buyout process. $54 million going to Brian Kelly plus $26 million going to his assistant. Then on top of that, you still got to pay the new coach to come into town.
And probably pay his buyout too.
Exactly. So it's over probably $100 million process. And when you talk about those type of funds, you better hope that you're making the right decision in the right time. And that's the only thing that my opinion is that the right decision in the right time? I don't know if it is or not. I don't know if you hang on and, you take your lumps and let Brian Kelly, go a little bit longer, or if you pull the trigger in bye week. So we're going to see. It's going to be an interesting few weeks coming up with this whole situation. It's fun to see the new candidates that are all out there and whose name is popping open for this job. So it's going to be a very interesting process going forward.
It will be. And, of course, if it's Louisiana, there's going to be controversy as well. So it's going to be get the governor involved. I don't know how many other college coaching searches have started at the governor's mansion, but that's where ours started. So, holy moly, what a strange world we live in, buddy. But it's not so strange in Manny because they're winning football again, and that's what is expected down in Sabine Parish. They have done a nice job this year, Tyler and his crew. They're 4-4. They've had only one district loss in their first 3 games, and like you said, they win these next 2 games, they're co-district champs. If they win these next 2 games, they could be as high as number 10 in the Division III non-select playoff bracket. So a lot still on the plate for the Manny Tigers. And, man, Tyler, it sure sounds that they've got the right crew in place to get this thing going the way it should be going. Happy for you, happy for the boys, and I hope you guys have a fun game Friday night and come out of this thing nice and healthy against Coach Wilson's fellas.
Appreciate it, Fletcher. Have a great morning.
You too, buddy. 7 o'clock is the time. We'll take a quick time out. Our little Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations will rock on. We got Chase Thompson coming up from North Caddo and John Sella, Loyola. We just mentioned that Loyola and North DeSoto are getting together this Friday in a matchup of undefeated, so that's going to be a colossal clash. All part of our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation. Skent-N-Dent, located at 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. They have certainly got your appliances figured out here, man. They've got a beautiful, big, bright, gorgeous showroom chock full of beautiful, brand new appliances that might have a little scratch here, might have a little dent there. Some are indistinguishable. Some are, okay, yeah, I can see it from here, but does it clean? Does that washing machine work? Yeah. But it's got a big scratch on it there, so you're not going to make me pay retail. No, we're going to knock 40% off, 50% off, but it still works. Yeah, it'll clean my clothes. It does what a washing machine's supposed to do. Oh,
hey, it's
yeah,
like me and you. We're old, we still work, and we got a lot of scratches and a lot of dents, but we still work.
The only difference is they're new.
Yes.
We're old.
We're not ever going to be new again.
We have been skinted and dented.
And dented.
Right.
And dented and
The great thing about Skent-N-Dent, these are factory direct appliances. Brand new, still in the carton, still with the manufacturer's warranty, and you can even get an extended warranty as well. So these are brand new appliances that might have a blemish here and there, but you're going to save 40 to 50% off over the retail stores and the big box stores. 318-869-2023. Best yet, just head down there, man. 814 Shreveport Barksdale in beautiful Shreveport, Louisiana. Skent-N-Dent bringing you our high school coaches conversations. We'll be back with your SEC update and Chase Thompson right after this. Look alive, Stu Prune. Coach McCoacherson here for Sports World, letting you know whatever football equipment you need right now, they got it for you at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been taking care of football players for 50 years. 50 years! Do you know how hard it is to find a 50-year-old football player right now? They can find one for you at Sports World. Looking for a chin strap? They got it. Need some shoelaces? They got it. You need some Gatorade gum? They still make that? I think they got it. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We are here on this lovely day, 7:04, Tuesday, October 28th. It is Fuzzy's Taco Cleanup Hour. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, located at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, where today is Tuesday, right? So, yeah, it's Taco Tuesday. That means $2.50 tacos all day long at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. $3.50 premium tacos at Fuzzy's Taco Shop on Tuesdays. And don't forget the breakfast tacos or breakfast burritos will be served piping hot and fresh in just 56 minutes when the doors open. 56 minutes from when the doors open. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, taking care of business. Okay. Time now for your SEC update. And it is brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo said his mom had a saying. She didn't want to outlive her mind or her money. Bo says his mother proved to be a wise woman by addressing those concerns with a financial advisor to plan ahead so she didn't run out of money. That's something you can control. And planning ahead to minimize the devastating effects of a serious health issue in the later stages of life. Having a plan to live an independent life in retirement without being a burden to your family is wise. Bo Harris Wealth Management is here to help in all of those endeavors. Why not reach out and have a no-strings-attached conversation to understand how these and other life and money issues can be addressed? Bo Harris Wealth Management, 670-3101, bringing you this SEC update. Let's take a look at the SEC Soccer Players of the Week. And how about LSU being involved? The SEC Offensive Player of the Week, LSU forward Ava Galligan, a junior out of Ashburn, Virginia, secured her first brace of the year, extending her count as the Tigers' leading goal scorer with 8 on the year. She only took 3 attempts on the day against the Gators, with 2 of those being on target and finding the twine. She also tallied an assist on the day to help create offensive moments all match. Your SEC Defensive Player of the Week, Kentucky goalkeeper Megan Holland, freshman out of Barrington, Illinois, earned her first career shutout at Texas A&M, tying her career high in saves, or Cy and Haves. Making her 6th start of the season, she notched a career-best 4 saves for the second straight match. SEC Freshman of the Week, Texas forward Ava McDonald, freshman out of Allen, Texas, netted her first game-winning goal and added an assist in a win over Ole Miss, scored the front leg of a pair of tallies, mounted in a 21-second span, which marked the second quickest consecutive goals recorded in a conference match in program history. And speaking of soccer, the women's tournament gets underway today. No, Sunday. Why don't I think it was Tuesday? Sunday. Round 1, Sunday in Pensacola, South Carolina and Alabama, Kentucky versus Florida, Mississippi State, Oklahoma, and LSU as a 5 seed takes on Auburn. All of these matches, by the way, will be on the SEC Network. The top 4 seeds all have a first-round bye into the quarterfinals. 4th seeded Tennessee, 3rd seeded Georgia, number 2 seed Vandy, and the regular season champion, Arkansas Razorbacks. And that, my friends, is your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The former was a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, like we said, have a conversation with Bo in a no-strings-attached meeting, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com. Good morning, Hester. How you doing?
Yep.
Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent High School Coaches Conversation, head coach for the North DeSoto Fighting Titans, it's good old Chase Thompson. Hey, Chase, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing this morning, Tim?
We're doing A-okay, buddy. So the Green Oaks Giants have certainly shown quite a bit of improvement from last year to this year, and as the year kind of has progressed, and you guys, unfortunately, were on the wrong end of just how much progress they have made. What's your takeaway from Week 8's loss to Green Oaks?
Yeah. Green Oaks has really been knocking on the door for a lot of really good teams in our area, and certainly they're more talented than what their record shows. They're really solid up front. Union Parish couldn't push them around, and we're very solid against Homer. And so, I think they're definitely on the rise, and I still think that some of their better players are underclassmen. And so Green Oaks is a very talented opponent, and somebody we'll have to contend with the next few years.
As far as you and the North Caddo Titans, when we began the season, you had a couple of, 6 offensive starters coming back, 5 defensive starters, I think, coming back. How many of the original starting 11 are still getting it done for the North Caddo Titans right now?
2.
Uh-oh.
2. Yeah.
2 of your original 11 starters are still healthy to play, and that's it?
Well, okay, 2 of the returning starters.
2 of the original returners. Okay.
Yeah, 2 of the original returning starters. We've had a lot of injuries, especially the Darkbone Woods game. I think we had 5 kids have to go visit our local ER after the game, and so it's been a tough year to keep kids in the field for sure. Kind of our leader on defense and kind of really the edge setter on our offensive tight end, Shane Eshtay. He's struggled with concussions all year. He's only played in a few games. We had just a kid decide that he'd rather go to work, which is obviously a decision a kid's got to make. But one of our better kids when we were relying on We've had, DBs with knees, and we had one kid had to get surgery and a broken toe and a suspiciously sprained ankle that's never healed. And, it's just something all over the place. We had a kid get staples and all kind of stuff. And so, we've definitely had a big revolving door of different kids in different places.
That stinks. It's not good. I know that John Ware down at Lakeside has had a bevy of injuries as well. And when you're a smaller school with a smaller pool of students to choose from, it's just magnified tremendously. How many guys are you able to get out there and fully functionally practice on a regular basis?
I would say that we have somewhere between 18 to maybe 25 on a good day, just depending on what's going on at school and who all we have. So, it gets pretty thin at times for sure. Sometimes you can only really do inside run, or sometimes you can really only work in endo and get your reps there. So, it can be challenging some days, and some days you can do full 11 on 11.
Holy cow. And I assume that there are probably some times where the coaches are representing some players on the scout team.
Oh, yeah. I was scout team quarterback yesterday. My shoulder is still locked up.
Did you try to burn anybody? Did you try to show off the Uncle Rico in yourself there?
I tried. Let me tell you, some of them were good. Some of them were not.
Oh, boy. I can imagine, man. I could not, and I assume this is something a little unusual, so you're not out there typically throwing 75 passes around during a regular basis.
Sure.
This week, of course, you got Homer coming to your place on Friday night, Halloween night. You don't want this thing to be too scary for anybody. Homer is a team that's also has certainly not had the year that Richie Casey wanted to have for his kids. He's had some injury problems, but once they get there, you can see that they've got a bunch of talent. What's the expectation of the Homer team that you're facing on Friday?
Yeah, Homer's had a lot of guys in and out of their lineup, just like you said. So they've had different guys start at quarterback, different pieces on the offensive line moved around. And so, as far as who will show up and play, it's hard to say. It's kind of like watching us. But absolutely, they got guys that can run. They got guys that are physical. A couple of real big linemen that are returning from last year. And so, Richie has really established some really good routines and habits. It's kind of the same offensive system that made them successful to win a state championship a few years ago. And so we're going to show up and see GT counter and outside zone, and they're going to throw screens and be athletic and run the 3-3 stack and be hard to block. And so, it's that same type of mentality again, and I expect them to be good.
Chase Thompson, head coach of the North Caddo Fighting Titans, here on our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations. Everything rhymes in my head. I'm sorry, I'm still 7 years old in a lot of ways. The LSU situation, Chase, just kind of getting everyone's opinion on this and their take on it. Surprised at all, and did you see it coming, and what's your reaction to it?
Yeah, personally, I would have liked to have seen him give Kelly one more year, but am I surprised? No. If they got the money and, feel like there's somebody out there that they could get, I can certainly see him making the move. My take is just that, it's kind of what have you done? What have you done lately? It's not, what can you do as far as your career is concerned? And so, it's been said a bunch of times that these coaches know what they're signing up for when they sign these big-time multi-million-dollar deals. And so I bet Coach Kelly's not taking it too hard after the buyout.
It didn't look like it, at Superior, in Baton Rouge, kind of chilling and grabbing an ice-cold marg. Ain't nothing wrong with that, buddy, if that's what he chose to do. Chase Thompson and the North Caddo Titans, they will be at home this week, Friday night, Halloween night, against the Homer Pelicans. Pelicans and Titans in Vivian in another District 1-2A showdown. Best of luck to your boys, and I sure hope that as many of the kids as you got out there that they are back for Week 10 as well. All of them make it out of this one nice and healthy.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Tim.
All right, Chase. See you, buddy. Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Adam Hester's here. Good morning, Adam. Our power hour, or cleanup hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 45 minutes. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, $2.50 tacos throughout the day, $3.50 premium tacos on Taco Tuesday, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Skent-N-Dent. Coaches Conversations continue with John Sella from Loyola. Our show also is brought to you by the good folks over at Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com, 7500 Erie Drive in Shreveport. When it comes to your sweet deals on Silverados, have you heard of this one? 2.9% financing available on 25 and 26 Silverados, and they got plenty of both. That's right. The number one Chevy dealership in the area has got plenty of Silverados for you to get you one for your driveway, carport, garage, and it's going to look fantastic. I'll tell you, it's the best looking thing I've got. I'm not what you'd call a handsome man, but my truck sure is. I've put it on the runways of Milan. A little Zoolander action. Silverados, 2.9% financing, and it can go left. Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com, 7500 Erie Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. We'll be back with John Sella right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
So the other day, I head over to a buddy of mine's house. He's really pumped to watch the football games. Pizzas? Yes. Drinks? Yes. Even desserts? Awesome. But then I started noticing this setup is an absolute disaster. What, one game at a time? That's all we're doing? But if we want to watch another game, we've got to grab that remote control and change it over to that app, and then we're going to stream it over here, but we can't get it on that TV because you don't have something hooked up to that. What is going on here? This is 2025. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps to try to find the game? What? If you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. You get all the best games all in one place, plus enhanced 4K so it feels like you're in the stadium. On the next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change.
AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam Hester here. Of course, we are coming to you live thanks to our friends over at Alsco and Alsco.com. When it comes to your facility care, uniforms, linens, they take care of all that. And if you're not letting Alsco take care of it for you, why not? They're awesome at what they do. 318-636-0404, Alsco.com. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's Taco Shop has got breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos when they open the doors in 41 minutes. Go see Drew. You'll be glad you did. What a great way to start your day. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Loyola Flyers. I'm sorry, I'm contractually obligated to say your head coach of the undefeated Loyola Flyers. That fine fella, John Sella. What's up, Sella? How you doing?
I'm doing good. More importantly, how's Adam?
The third time, Adam, I'm going to ask you again because he's heard me ask you twice.
Yeah.
I
got you.
We try to do
on that stuff. So
we try to do 5-minute incremental checks on him because he's getting older.
No, because John, he just forgets that he asked.
Me and Adam kind of have the same view on the world and people. And if you ask us to be friends, we'd probably say, I already have enough friends. Yeah. So I'm kind of I'm full at the moment.
It's the Ron Swanson quote: "Friends, 1 to 3 is sufficient."
Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried to crack the Hester friend circle, and I've got like a I'm not fully inside the circle, but I'm kind of hovering around on the outside. You know,
keep trying, keep working.
Yeah, I'm trying to. He appreciates that too. You know, just a taste.
Traveled to other cities.
Prefers it.
Well, we've traveled to other cities together twice now. So, yeah,
wow.
More than I have with any other friend group. Really, well, I take that back.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing me in, Adam. I'll tell you now, you made me really appreciate things now, Sella.
So about the Loyola game this week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Last week, boy, that was a weird game against BTW. Just to be honest with you, that was it was a little bit of a, like, do y'all hear that engine knocking? Why is our engine light on? You know, but you still got to your destination, but there were some things under the hood that probably didn't satisfy you as a coach. Is that a safe assumption?
Somewhat. You know, people were asking, you know, what was wrong or what happened, but at the same time, I saw, you know, two good teams that are well coached battling, and then we ended up, you know, we turned the ball over and still scored 50 points and still won by almost 30 in a good district, and again against a good team that's well coached. So I was kind of happy that we got to see that. So, you know, face some adversity and have to battle. How do we handle it? Because there were many times we could have just hung our heads, and I just kept telling them not to press, you know, keep fighting. And like I said, to be able to, you know, we turned the ball over that many times and still keep punching and still, you know, put up 50 and win by that margin shows that, okay, if we are in a fight, you know, we're not playing our best, we can still kind of push through and overcome some adversity.
Well, and one of that kids who kind of overcame the adversity is your quarterback, who has been sailing along marvelously through the first 7 weeks with barely a blemish, and he has a 4-interception game in this one, but he still threw for 319 yards, still had 3 touchdowns, still had Charlie McKenzie and Ty Walsworth reaching pay dirt a total of 3 times. You still had Mason Drake run for 4 touchdowns. So in the grand scheme of things, when you go back to what Bryce did, what's your thought process, and what was the conversation like with him after the turnovers?
When you go back and look at him, I mean, I know he wants them all back, but there was only one that was just like, yeah, that was not a good decision, you know. And because one of them, he just didn't hate the decision, but he just left it a little short. One of them, number 7 for Booker T, is really good. He played receiver and he was playing DB that night, and he made one where he sprawled out just like completely horizontal, you know, to make a diving catch for interception. There's one that was a tip ball, and then there's one that I know he, as soon as he let it go, was like, nope, that was the wrong decision, you know. And so it just happens. So to keep playing and trust the offense, and you know, anybody could have just said, you know, take me out, or you know, press and follow that up with more bad throws. But instead, you know, we just kept playing, and then he also made some really good throws too. There's a couple of 4th down throws that, you know, had to be right on time and on target, and made those. So I mean, he still made some good plays. It was just you know, not the best night statistically.
Yeah, but it still was effective and still got the win. This Friday night, taking on a North DeSoto squad that's undefeated, ranked number 1 in the state. We got a text, by the way, Sella, from Ping Pong, who's a big North DeSoto fan, who says, Loyola has to realize their 8-0 is nowhere near North DeSoto's 8-0. Come on. One of Loyola's wins is against Logansport, for Pete's sake. Crying, laughing emoji. So, your 8-0, a little bit different than North DeSoto's 8-0, according to Ping Pong. And sure, you didn't play West Monroe, but you have played 8 opponents and knocked them all off. Just kind of curious, does your 8-0 feel any different than you think that North DeSoto's 8-0 feels like?
No, and you know, usually when people are making those comments or upset with you or trying to say stuff like that, it usually means you're pretty good. So if we're, you know, 6-2 last year, nobody was saying anything about us. You know, now just those 2 extra wins, being 8-0 and undefeated, you know, everyone wants to comment, and you know, we're getting some more attention. You know, and so I enjoy that. You know, anytime you're undefeated, it's nice. it's taken me away from my being able to go trick or treating with my kids on Friday, but it should be fun either way.
So, are the kids going to still go trick or treating, or are they going to be at the game Friday?
No, yeah, that's gonna be a tall task for my wife. Taking them all three trick or treating. My mom made the costumes for them. They're Mario, Luigi, and Toad, and so we can't pass that up. So
they're Mario, Luigi, and who's Toad in this one?
The 11-month-old.
Nice.
Get a choice, yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, he didn't get to make that. So the wife is going to be doing the trick-or-treating, and you're going to be out with your team in Stonewall at
maybe. I haven't decided which one I'm doing yet.
Because she may be coach, and you go trick-or-treating. That would be interesting.
I got to get enough staff. They can handle it.
They can figure this stuff out. How much are you looking forward to this matchup against a team like North DeSoto and what they represent? They're number one in the state. They've been in the state championship game. They should have been in the state championship game last year with that squad. And as Dennis said earlier this morning, shot themselves in the foot with some really poorly timed turnovers. So what does this mean to the Loyola Flyers? What does this mean to this whole community, this matchup Friday night?
Yeah, it should be a good one, hopefully. And, either way, we have to see where we stand. People think R8-0 is not the same, and so we'll find out. And so say we don't put our best, team on the field and don't play well, at least then we get exposed right before the playoffs of a good team that's really well coached, with really good players, exposes us to where right before the playoffs, we're not in the same bracket as them. So right before the playoffs, we get to see, all right, this is exactly where we stand, and this is what we need to fix before we play another good team in the playoffs, in whatever round we're in. So I think either way, we're going to get something good out of it. What I've told the kids is we can't play, who's on the front of the jersey. We got to completely forget about that. Because they're really good, but we can't sit there and say, oh, we can't play with North Dakota. We can't play. Forget about that. If we put different jerseys on them, we probably have to go in there with a lot more confidence. So we just can't be intimidated by, how good they've been. And that's the crazy thing is, like, I talk to other coaches and other people, and you look at it, and it's not like, yeah, they play with, like, an incredible pace, but it's not like a scheme thing. It's just they're just really good at football and really well coached.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. You're right. It's not like they're running the hurry up. It's not like they are trying to just go fast, but they are so good at what they do. And some of that, I think, has to do with continuity on the coaching staff and also continuity at the quarterback position. And Luke Delafield, having a 4-year starter certainly is no shame in that game. And you're going to find out what it's like to have, a kid starting multiple years with Bryce, and you're already seeing the benefits of that as well. So this is going to be a fun game, and I know that there are Loyola faithful that are fired up for this. You've had some injuries. I know that. You've had some sophomores that are kind of coming along for you in different aspects of this. On the text line from the Live Oak Environmental text line, how are those sophomores, Hank Anderson and Dominic Renato, doing for you? So your young fellas that are coming through there, how are they faring and holding up to the pressure?
They're getting some good experience, and anytime we can, you want seniors in there, you want juniors in there, but they're getting some good experience. And also, our Canadian free safety has been holding up too. He's had to get plugged into the lineup with injury. And he's getting his first taste of it. And they're holding up. I mean, you just got to have that next man up mentality. And, in this district, everybody's going to be banged up, and that's just every single team has injuries and banged up right now. It's just part of it. You just got to get the next guy ready. And so I am actually pleased with the way they've played, and they don't look nervous. They don't look scared. They don't look like they don't know what's going on. And so I think that's a testament to Coach Lewis and our coaching staff of getting the next guy ready or having them already ready, and to where we don't really skip a beat when the next guy has to go in there.
For those that are unsure, Loyola recruits Canada. And so they brought in a Canadian prospect. Yeah, someone's got to get those
it's an untapped market.
Polar bears to come down here. It helps that Brett Smith, former Mudbug, who's now an assistant coach, has brought his hell-bent son down here with him that just wants to run around and hit people. And so he doesn't have to just do it on the hockey ice. He can now do it on the football field as well.
Yeah, he got an interception against Booker T and slipped and fell, and everybody was making fun of him, saying it looked like you were trying to skate on the turf. Like he went sideways and slipped, like he's trying to dig his skate into the ice, and it's like, no, it doesn't work on the turf, man.
That's pretty funny. Sella, last week, it came down after we visited with you, the whole LHSAA thing, as Loyola decided, are you going to stay in 3A or are you going to play all the way up to 5A? Or are you going to challenge this new rule?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see what we can do to try to challenge it because we want to stay in 4A, just with the area teams. It's tough, which is tough on us. I mean, every team in the district is twice the size of us, but it's just more regional, and not having to travel to Monroe every other weekend, especially for basketball and baseball, would make it tough. So we're going to try to see if there's any possible way we can stay in 4A. And just the cost of having to travel is tough, is a big thing of it too. So I guess the answer is we don't know yet.
How do you challenge this? Is it through the court system or is it straight through the LHSA and you appeal to Eddie Bonine and try to go to the EC and try to get that through there first?
Yeah, I think we can go to Eddie Bonine and just lay out the cost of all of it. If we were to do this, I don't think this is sustainable for any school. And so that's one way to go about it. And I know Coach Wilson at North Webster is going through, and he was like, "Well, include us in that too, because it's going to Monroe is brutal." It's just, and then Richwood would have to. They're 2A that's playing up in that district, and so I'm sure there's a reason why they're playing up. They would have to go back down to 2A. I just don't know if there's enough teams that it's affecting to where they're going to care. Is the problem.
Yep, I think you're right. I think there is a little bit of that if it's only affecting 3 teams, and by the way, if they're not in the southern part of the state, then it doesn't matter. That's me saying that, and that's not John Sella saying that, and Adam Hester saying that as well. John Sella and his Loyola Flyers have got their big matchup this Friday night in Stonewall, Halloween night. 8-0 Loyola, 8-0 North DeSoto. With the district, at least a share of the district title on the line for the winner in this game will guarantee at least a share of a district title as well, plus all the momentum heading into the postseason. A lot of fun. This is what it's all about, man. Best of luck to your fellas on Friday, Sella, and I hope everyone comes out of this thing as healthy and ready for Week 10 as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sella. John Sella, head coach of the Loyola Flyers. He's a good fellow. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we've got an LSU update, plus your Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees, plus your Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers Player of the Week winner. All that and more coming up here in the Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour. Fuzzy's open in 27 minutes with breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. And our show is also presented by Alsco, alsco.com, facility care, workwear, linens, and more. Back right after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. The text line brought to you by Live Oak Waste. Buddy, if your dumpster outside your business doesn't have the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. LiveOak-Environmental.com, LiveOak-Environmental.com.
Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. Because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr. embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Janet Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time. one neighbor at a time. One block, one neighborhood, one community. Community Renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, 7:35 the time. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester. Time now for a River Cities Lighting LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City on 3.com, Rivals.com. Bengal Tiger says, all right, so the coaches hot board, sure, the head coaches that are out there that everyone's talking about, Lane Kiffin, Marcus Freeman, Dillingham, James Franklin, whomever. Don't forget about those assistant coaches, and among those that they believe may be getting a look, if not at LSU, certainly for some of these openings, Glenn Schumann, Georgia, linebacker coach, defensive coordinator. That's going to excite the masses. Yeah.
See how that works out.
How about Oregon offensive coordinator Will Stein? Nope. How about LSU defensive coordinator Blake Baker?
Can you win his money?
Win Will Stein's money. That's right. Ben Stein's nephew has taken over. Joe Brady, Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator.
That would be maybe the only one. Well, him or Kelvin Shepard.
And Kelvin Shepard, Detroit Lions defensive coordinator. Brian Hartline, Ohio State offensive coordinator, wide receiver coach. Didn't Joe Brady profess how much he hated recruiting?
Yes.
And would just lock himself into the film room and avoid. Right.
We're going to give you we're going to bring this guy back to kind of ease you into your transition here. Remember Ed Orgeron?
You don't remember him? Okay, maybe this will ring a bell.
He can do the recruiting and the talking.
If you're Joe Brady,
just do the coaching.
Yeah, just do the coaching. If you're Joe Brady, do you take that phone call or not? You're in line to be a head coach in the NFL. Probably in this cycle, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
He's the offensive coordinator for Josh Allen, for Pete's sake. They're going to get he's going to get an opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL. That seems like that's a little bit more along his career path than coming back to LSU.
Didn't he profess also wanting to do more NFL than college?
Yeah, that's what I remember. You know, I don't know. I might have been drunk. When was it? Was it a Monday? Yep, I probably was. This morning? Yep. Couldn't even find my headphones. And that's your LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, rivercitieslighting.com. Time now to strike up the band, Raj. It's our Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees. Brought to you by Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers. Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, true local attorneys who love to help you out. Check out their 1,700-plus Google reviews. Check them out online, morrisdewett.com. That's Morris, DEWETT.com. Bringing you the Player of the Week nominees and winner. Nominees this week from North DeSoto, Logan Addison, linebacker, 11 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 2 tackles for a loss. BTW's DeCarrion Mitchell, 6 catches, 186 yards, a touchdown, 6 tackles, and 3 interceptions, by the way, in that loss to Loyola. Montreville Lewis from Bossier ran the ball 23 times for 66 yards, 2 touchdowns, threw for 145 yards as well. Loyola's Bryce Restovich, 319 yards passing, 3 touchdowns to go with those 4 picks. But as John Sella said, only one was kind of like, shouldn't have done that. Mason Drake, 28 carries, 138 yards, 4 touchdowns. Charlie McKenzie, 8 catches, 117, 1 touchdown. Ty Walsworth, Bryce's stepbrother, 6 catches, 88 yards, 2 touchdowns. Benton quarterback Malachi Ziegler, 28 for 38, 489 yards, 5 touchdowns, a pick, 13 carries, 48 yards, and a touchdown. Case Austin had 6 catches for 161 yards and 2 touchdowns. Northwood's Kyron Johnson, 12 carries, 175 yards, 2 scores, 1 catch for 32 yards and a score. Parkway, Damian DeCaldecall, 11 carries, 163 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 2-point conversion. A.J. Johnson, a freshman, had 18 carries for 120 yards and a touchdown. Quarterback Caleb Williams, a former Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week, as was Ty Walsworth and Bryce Restovich as well, I guess, huh? 15 out of 24, 167 yards, 2 touchdowns. Also carried the ball 9 times, 75 yards, and had a 2-point conversion. And Mark Copenhaver, 3 solo tackles, 7 assists, 5 half a sack and half a tackle for a loss. Minden's Kalen Aubrey, 9 carries, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 catches, 19 yards. Caden Shine had 10 carries for 121 yards and 2 scores. Haynesville's Donnie Critton, 7 carries, 125 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then went over Arcadia. Taylor Weathersby threw for 386 yards for Houghton and 2 scores, 5 carries, 31 yards. Brandon Craig, 7 catches, 181 yards, plus 15 carries for 39 yards and 2 touchdowns. Evangels, Bennett Spear, 10 solo tackles, 7 assists, 1 tackle for a loss and a sack. Calvary's Orion Miles, 323 yards, 32 carries for 169 yards and 1 touchdown, my bad. Braylon Huglon, whose name gets mentioned all the time, I believe he's also a winner this year. 5 catches, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns. Quarterback Hudson Price, 311 yards on 21 of 30 passing, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, 3 carries, 33 yards and a score. Birds Christian Maxey, 32 carries, 341 yards, 6 touchdowns. That's a school record for touchdowns and the 4th most rushing yards in the 121-year history of Bird High School. He also had 1 pass for 39 yards and a touchdown. Jamarcia Plater, who, by the way, canceled his recruiting trip to Colorado this weekend. 119 yards, 2 touchdowns rushing, 1 catch, 31 yards and a score. Jackson Gaskin, 226 yards throwing, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Gabe Lockett, the other running back, 10 carries, 119 yards and a score. Huntington's Justin Whitaker threw for 354 yards and had 74 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns against Calvary. And LeCedric Allen, 14 total tackles and 1 pick six. Those are your nominees for the Morrison & Witt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. And Rogers, drum roll, please. Your winner of the Morrison & Witt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. Well, I believe we got to go with a kid that set a record for a 121-year-old football playing school. Christian Maxey of Bird High School. 6 touchdowns. 341 yards rushing for the Bird Yellow Jackets in their win on Friday night. Congratulations, Christian Maxey, Bird Yellow Jackets, the Morrison & DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. When we come back, we've got your first of our 3 Tech Tuesday interviews brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Head coach Sonny Cumbie right after this.
2025 is the 101st season of Bird football, and as the Yellow Jackets begin a new century, you can hear every exciting play and thrilling touchdown throughout the 2025 season on your home for LSU sports and Bird football. 11:30 The Tiger.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex Decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Log on and check out these great deals where your dollars go further and you can cash in and save at Valley Shreveport. 3 great dining experiences on property for you to enjoy. Flames Mediterranean Restaurant with Greek and Persian selections that satisfy your fine dining cravings. TK's Treats and Eats, Po' Boy Sweets and more. Notini's Italian Restaurant, home of everybody's favorite mint tea and all your Italian favorites. Just log on to seizethedeal.com/Shreveport to get yours today.
The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Well, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam, Hester here in the studio, presented to you by Alsco and Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. If you've got uniforms that need to be taken care of, washroom supplies that need to be replenished, laundry services that need to be taken care of, call Alsco. They would be loving to have you as a client, 318-636-0404. And, of course, our cleanup hour is presented to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos get going here in 15 minutes, and it's $2.50 tacos, $3.50 premium tacos all day long. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday visit, your head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, it's Sonny Cumbie. Good morning, Sonny. How you doing? Hey, good morning, Tim. Good to be on with you guys this morning. And just for the record, man, I wasn't ducking you guys last week. I just had a missed assignment on our schedule. How we put it together. So it was not you, and it was more me. And I know that they had also said behind the scenes that they completely just like, oh man, we should have told you that Sonny wasn't available. And I remember telling Rogers, like, we're going to get Sonny on a game day. That does not. I said, that's weird, And so we thought nothing of it, I promise.
Yeah, we thought that was weird, but I did get to talk to your wife, and she's a very nice lady.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we were having some family phone difficulties last week, and my wife had my phone, and hers was broke. And
well, she said the only reason she answered it because she thought it might have been your kids.
I know. It might have been something at school. So we've been really having a hard time. We got phone issues. Our Wi-Fi now has been down for about a week, and now at home, and so 21st century problems. Is that what it is? Yeah. I mean, what do y'all do? Just stare, sit around and look at the paper towel rack? I mean, what do people do without Wi-Fi? Tim, hey, in all seriousness, Tim, I shared this Saturday. It was probably one of the best days once we got done working at home with the boys because you went back to we just played with each other. You know what I mean? Like awesome. They used their imagination. We played the card games and anyhow, it's really been pretty good. It kind of gives you a glimpse into man. I guess you gotta have it, but you're kind of like, man, maybe we're better off not having it. Yeah, maybe so. If your kids ask, say, hey, I know you kids don't know this, but there's this Neanderthal that I talked to on Tuesdays. Apparently, this is how he grew up. This is what life was like when he was a kid. So that's. I wasn't too far behind you though, Tim. I mean, we didn't have. I didn't have a cell phone until I was a senior in college. Well, yeah. Hey, I was using my wife's cell phone in college. She used mine last week. I was using hers in college. Well, yeah, it was basically the size of a backpack back in those days, too. So I feel like you're doing field service for the Army out there. Bring the artillery. We're here. Incoming. Speaking of incoming, Sam Houston incoming for homecoming on Friday night. A little Halloween get-together. Before we get to that, boy, Sonny, I'm watching the Western Kentucky game, and it was just heartbreaking. By the way, kudos to John Hoyt Chance, former Captain Shreve Gator, pressed in the duty as your kicker there, who did a yeoman effort there because he's not the place kicker, but he handled it to the best of his ability. Looking back on it, I know there are regrets. There are some, man, if we could have done this, the end of regulation, where just like, could you get one play for 10 or 15 yards to bust open to get a little closer? When you look back at that, what's the thing that kind of just gnaws at you a little bit to this day? Well, it's offense, defense, and special teams. There's 3 to 5 things that, if one of them goes differently, it's a different outcome. And so that's the one where I think our team has been really mature and absorbing this loss, together. From the standpoint of each side of the ball understands if you score a touchdown in the red zone on offense while you're down there, it's a different game. Defensively, if we start the game faster in the first half and play like we did in the second half, it's a different game. And then special teams, if you're just smart on the punt return group and you understand where the ball's going, you don't block a guy in the back, you have a touchdown on punt return, and so just things like that we just. You're each unit. If one thing would have went different, the outcome was different, and unfortunately, it wasn't. And our guys have had 2 good days, 3 good days of work against Sam Houston in terms of our prep, and I think that the last drive of the game, the biggest thing for us without timeouts was to try to get where we had the last second to kick it. I didn't want to. If something were to go right, you don't ever plan on John missing it. But if we did miss it, I didn't want to give them a short field with any timeout. With any time, just because their kicker had kicked one good from 55, and they talked all week in their press conferences. And then if you watch it against FIU, and then also the one he had against us, they feel good about him up to 70. And so I just didn't want to have a chance for them to get a play and then run their field goal unit out. But it was a game that there's a lot of things that went against us. And then there at the end, I was just certain, in that 4th and 10, that we were going to get the stop in overtime. It's hard to tell. I think that catch, if they rule it incomplete on the field, I think it stays incomplete on the field because I think there's really, it's hard to tell, from that standpoint. But our guys have bounced back, and, I think John is a tremendous kicker, punter, kickoff guy. He does it all for us, and was really thrust into duty, basically 2 days ahead of time when Drew, had a tight groin and wasn't able to go. And the good thing is Drew will be back this week, on Friday night, and John will still be on long-range field goal duties and Legatron, as I call it, booming it out of the end zone with his kickoffs and then having great punts. And, so our guys are excited about the opportunity to play, an improving Sam Houston team. I think you can't get caught up on looking at records. You caught up in looking at the last 3 games they played. Really they had Jacksonville State beat. Jacksonville State is one of the top teams in our conference, and they had them beat. They got, they lost on a 55-yard field goal with no time left. So this is a team that's getting better. And, for us, it's again going to be about us, and it's about us playing better, playing on all 3 sides of the football and trying to, you're chasing that complete game for us to play and to win.
Well, and the other aspect of it, and Sonny, just to clear up some confusion here, you had no timeouts left at the end of the game, correct? In regulation?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, because the announcer, the broadcaster said there was 1 timeout left, and the play-by-play indicated there was still 1 timeout left, but I've had a couple of folks that texted in and said, no, dude, we used all 3 timeouts in the second half. There were no timeouts. I said, well, that makes a lot more sense right there. So.
Yeah, there was no timeouts, and credit, I think Taylor, the analyst there on CBS, Taylor McGehee, I mispronounced his name, but anyways, he called me Friday morning and apologized.
Oh, wow.
Just because he said, hey, Coach, I was really critical of you guys on air because, I even questioned our production, our truck, because they had it up on the screen. And I said, are you sure they have a timeout? And because he would remember that we didn't. And they said, no, they do have one. And so he apologized for that. But yeah, there was no timeouts left. And the thing is, in that situation with no timeouts left, you're in a situation where you don't want to get to a 4th down and have to, with the time that we didn't have, which I'll go back to our Eli Finley's helmet comes off on that same drive at the start of that drive. And how does a helmet come off? There's 2 ways. One, it's pulled off, and the second, it's hands to the face.
Right.
And so we have no timeout. So we lose 10 seconds at the start of the drive because one of our players' helmets was ripped off, which I don't see how. Anyhow, we don't. You're minus 10 seconds. What I didn't want to have happen is we try to run another play, and you hit it, and now you're down to where you're running your field goal unit out there, and you might not get it off. And so, but yeah, that was kind of the thought process there at the end of the game.
Well, hey, kudos to the dude then for calling you. Now, I wish they would have. And if he does another game or whoever does the game Friday, I hope that they make some kind of mention of that. I don't know if it's the same broadcast network. I don't know if it's CBS Sports Network or not this time. But
it is.
I wish they would make some
kind whether it's the same crew or not.
I wish they'd make note of that because it really did. I was like, they have a timeout left? I was like, I was just like, call timeout, call timeout. And, well, you couldn't have. You'd have been penalized if you would have. And that would have really been the ball game. And so, okay, well, that clears things up so much so. And once again, glad the guy called you and stand-up guy to do that. But, and shame on the production truck for not having their ducks in a row there. You mentioned Sam Houston. Yeah, they're 0-7. I watched that Jacksonville State game. And to be honest with you, Sonny, I'm watching the game and I didn't realize that Sam Houston was winless at the time or what. But I was like, this is a great game. And then I looked at it later and I was like, holy moly, that would have been like the biggest upset so far this season in Conference USA. What do they bring to the table that they're doing really well now that maybe they have improved upon greatly since the season started?
I think that, with everybody in our league, they've done a better job on offense of eliminating mistakes and turning the ball over. I think that's a key component for everybody. I think Hunter Watson at quarterback, I think Coach Longo has settled into what Hunter is really good at. They do have some explosive skill players. They have two good running backs, Coco Brown and Alton McCaskill. And so offensively, they have some explosive players at skill. Defensively, I think they have, again, settled a little bit more into their identity of what they're doing. And so I think just as the season goes on, they've gotten better in terms of their schemes. And I think that's the thing is they've competed, they've played hard, and they haven't turned the ball over, offensively in those games where they've had a chance there at the end.
The thing is, Sonny, as you look at this, and I don't know how many of the goals that you set forth for this team and that the team may have set forth for themselves are still alive, but I think that it's still a possibility mathematically to be a Conference USA champ. I know it's mathematically possible to win 10 games.
Hey, Tim, I lost you.
Oh, are you still there? Sonny? Hello. We can hear you.
Hello.
Hey, we got you.
Yep.
Okay. Last thing I have here the next to last thing I have for you here, Sonny. Every goal that I assume you had for this team before the season is almost in place. There's still a mathematical chance for a Conference USA title. There's still a chance for a 10-win season. You have to win out and win your bowl game. And obviously there's still a bowl game possibility. So as far as team goals, is everything that you are working for, is it still out there for you? And how encouraging is that for these guys to have gone through a couple of chainsaws here, gnawing their own arm off sometimes, but they're still alive, So how's the team's mentality with these back half of the season facing you?
Yeah, the mentality has been great. I mean, we all definitely after the Western game in the locker room, it was we were, it was a tough group. It was a tough loss, but as far as you're still alive in the conference race, and the thing is I think that our guys have finally gotten to the realization of it is about us in terms of how we play, how we execute. I think they're really excited about this opportunity on Friday night. I know that getting back to a bowl game is something that we want to do, and winning a bowl game championship is something we want to do. And I spoke to our team, and the expectation that we all have and that I have for our group is a month from now that we're 8-3 getting ready to go play Missouri State because we're a team that they can do that. And so I think that our guys' mindset and morale is all really high from the standpoint of going to do that.
Well, I know that I'm not the smartest wagerer there is in the world, but I would wager that there's going to be more than 12 points scored in this game against Sam Houston this time compared to last year. Last thing I have for you, Sonny Cumbie, head coach for the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. There's been so much upheaval in the coaching world, especially at the Power 4 level, and, of course, that includes the flagship university down south in Baton Rouge. With Brian Kelly's firing, and then, of course, former Louisiana Tech assistant Joe Sloan also dismissed yesterday by LSU. Just the state of the college football coaching fraternity at this point. Lane Kiffin said something yesterday I thought was pretty apropos for, you give these guys, in the NFL they get 3-5 years for the most part to try to get things turned around. He goes, now that's gotten down to 2 and 3 years, and now, he goes, it feels like that's what we're getting in college football. That you're not giving these guys more than 2 years, 3 years to kind of get their program in place. And he goes, I don't know what people's expectations are. The money's so great, I guess that's what's driving it. Just your thoughts, if you don't mind, on that situation down south and what it says about college football where we are right now.
Well, the situation at LSU, a lot of really good football coaches, but a lot of really good men, that, I always, you think of it from the families and the husbands and dads and, and so it's unfortunate, from that standpoint, in terms of when things don't work out. And those are all really good coaches that, that will, land on our feet. And I shared this earlier. It's part of the other duties we're signed up for. Whenever you sign up to be a college football coach, it's a very, very public life. It's a very public job. And I think some of, there's two, I really think there's two things kind of at work from the standpoint of, like everything really, there's a lot of things in society and news and media now. Like, it's just like, it's so much like hate, anger and emotion driven. And that's what, like, it just kind of has spiraled down into that. And not just in football, but certainly it's carried over into that, in terms of voicing, opinions, which everyone has a right to do. Fans are very supportive and want to win just like the coaches and players do. But I think there's just such a fireball of anger that is existing out there in all facets that kind of starts at the top of our country and it just goes down through into sports and it does into other areas. And so
that part of it. But then also from a college football standpoint, the money that is invested in it now is, it has grown. And so those expectations rise. And so now it's college football is in a new era from the standpoint of the NIL and paying players. And so as coaches, we have to adapt and kind of adjust in terms of how we mold our teams, because the things that I mentioned before, in terms of what's going on in like society and the things that are going on now in college football, like the game still needs people to stand firm and to stand strong in terms of winning football games. Yes. And we have to do that here. But also like teaching young men, like how to handle success, teaching young men how to handle expectations, and doing that not by words, but just by how we live our lives on a daily basis. And again, it's education. I truly believe it in terms of what we've signed up for. And so we have to model that and teach that. And it's really crazy, the world that we have chosen to be a part of. But there's also a lot of good things that can come out of it. It's easy to say and hard to do at times, but if we keep our focus on why we coach and why we signed up to do this, and it's to help people, and yes, it is to win football games, which is our challenge, and I know that we need to do that here, and so that's kind of my take on things.
Sonny, on Saturday night, we're all watching the games and stuff, and Brian Kelly's yelling at Joe Sloan over the headset, yelling at Cortez Hankton right in his face, yelling at the special teams coach, ripping him new rear end holes. And then his quarterback comes off, and they're yelling at each other. And then his quarterback kind of walks off while he's still yelling at him. And then just one time just walks past him and ignores him completely. And I'm watching this, and I know Nussmeier is the son of a coach. And so I know that he knows that that's not cool. You're not supposed to do that to your coach or a head coach. But I also wonder, and I'm not saying this is the case with Garrett Nussmeier whatsoever. He may be the coolest, nicest guy and does wonderful things. I have no idea. But just what I saw was like, is that the sense of entitlement that we've got now with some of these kids making 6 figures and 7 figures that they can blow off their coach? Because I don't think you would have ever done that to your college coach. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
And I don't know where we're going with that, in other words, Sonny. That kind of is a little bit of a concern that, boy, we're blurring the lines on that coach-player relationship of all of a sudden the captain and the quarterback, if he is able to do that to his head coach, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, no, I think so. And that, that's probably without being down in there in it, a situation where there's a lot of frustrations, probably from a lot of different angles, from the expectations of the season and, from a team standpoint, from an individual standpoint. And then when you feel those start slipping away, it's kind of, it ignited a combustible situation, I think. And probably a lot of factors at play there. But, I think that's always, I think it's always relationally driven. And I think that, from the standpoint of how much money guys are making or aren't making, you got to do a great job of trying to find what makes them tick, to inspire them, to connect with them. And then, keep that line, as clear as you can from the standpoint of player and coach. And it has gotten harder, and it'll continue to be harder. And again, I think it's the evolution of us as coaches trying to find the best way and the most successful way to mesh all of this together from the standpoint of what guys are making and their expectations, and then, our jobs to win football games.
Sonny Cumbie, head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. Tech Tuesday brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. They take on Sam Houston Halloween night, Friday night at Joe I.A. Stadium, with an opportunity to move to 5-3 overall and 3-2 in Conference USA play. Sonny, we really do appreciate the time you give us each week and hope nothing but the best for your fellows on Friday night.
I appreciate it, Tim. Enjoy being on with you guys.
Thank you, sir. Kirby Smart, Hester, was asked about it, and he said when he was coaching at LSU, I forget which coach told him, he said, that's not your office. You're just basically renting it. It's never your office at a college facility.
Especially at that one.
Yeah.
That was kind of the point he was really making, was especially here at this esteemed university.
At that school. Not so much here, but there. Yeah. That it's almost like a revolving door. And, man, that's got to stop. Or all of a sudden you will find yourself and you will be Arkansas or Kentucky. And that's the last thing I think LSU should ever be with the resources they've got and the talent they've got in this state. It just – that's the thing. Arkansas, I know what to expect. If we get, rest in peace, Ryan Mallett-type quarterback and Petrino with his magical play calling all together at one time, Arkansas can win 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
That it takes like a combination of forces to come together to do it. It's not something that is expected that is just churning out like butter. You got to have some really special events come together. LSU should not have to have that happen. It's supposed to just be clockwork, and it's obviously not, man. 8:06 the time. Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesdays continue, Raj. As a matter of fact, we're going to be visiting with one of our old favorites. The Lane Train pulls in for a little fall visit, Raj. Holy moly. Rogers wore his conductor hat just for this. It's shaking bacon. I help. Our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday rocks on. Spell Brothers Lumber, locally owned and operated by Louisiana Tech alum John Salmons, good old JP. SpellBrosLumber.com, bringing you Tech Tuesday and our Lay in the Lumber Award. 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier, the home of Hot Shot Delivery Service. They'll deliver all your products, lumber, doors, windows, hardware, and more, quickly and efficiently. And then remember, if you have any unused, undamaged materials that you purchase from Spell Brothers Lumber, it's left over at the end of the job, call them. They'll come pick it up and give you a store credit. Who else does that? Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier. We'll be back with more of the Power Hour from Brewer Quality Homes because Fuzzy's Taco Shop is now open at 4600 East Texas. Back after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
Hey y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, guys. 8:09 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. They've got a big Halloween spooktacular going on. As a matter of fact, it kicks off, I believe, Thursday through the weekend. Incredible savings, door prizes, big screen TVs, a big green egg smoker, as well as Yeti coolers and so much more. We'll have Donnie Brewer in along with his general manager, Jimmy Seaton, on Friday to give us more details on the big Halloween goings-on at Brewer Home Center, bringing you the Power Hour. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday, your head baseball coach. That's right, baseball coach, the Lane Train, making a pit stop in an October day. What do we owe this pleasure? Lane Burroughs. What's up, buddy?
How we doing, guys? Yeah, it's October, and we're finishing up fall ball. So, yeah, it's football and basketball season, I thought. But, hey, we can roll this morning. Let's do it.
Let's get this thing going here. When did fall baseball take on this kind of meaning where there's games where you guys have Mississippi State coming in. You had scrimmages this past weekend. Arkansas's had scrimmages. LSU's had scrimmages. When did fall baseball kind of turn into this?
Well, every fall you have like a 45-day window. You can get 27 practices during that window. And the way our quarter system falls, we have to start immediately. We come out of the gate blowing and going. A couple of weeks of skill work, and then we start inter-squadding. And about 5 years ago, I would say, Fletch, that the NCAA stepped in and said, hey, we're going to allow you to play outside competition, but you can only play 2 games.
Okay.
Which is good because it breaks up the monotony. And, I know softball for years, they played probably 6 to 8 to 10 fall games, I think. And in junior college, you can do it in Division II. And we just never been able to do it. And like I said, about 5 years ago, they opened up a new rule that we can do that. And it's been good. Sometimes it can be fool's gold. And, I know one year we didn't have a great year in the fall, but before that, we went over to Auburn and beat the brakes off of them. You're feeling really chesty about yourself, and you don't have a good season. But it is good because it kind of puts you and shows you where you are against other competition. And let's be honest, when you're scrimmaging each other, over and over and over 4 times a week, it kind of gets redundant. Hitters know what pitchers have, and vice versa. And we were fortunate 2 weeks ago. We played Mississippi College over here, and we'll head to Mississippi State this weekend. We play them on Saturday at Duty Noble Field, and Brian O'Connor, their new coach, he is not. It'll be his first, I guess you would say, game type situation at home, and I'm not kidding you. I'm anticipating about 6 to 8 to 10,000 people being there. Football's out of town there at Arkansas, and I think it's going to be an electric atmosphere, and we need to be ready, whether it's fall or not. When they turn that scoreboard on and say play ball, we want to win. And but the main thing, you want to keep your players healthy and make sure you do your due diligence to keep them in a position to be healthy for the spring.
As far as what you are trying to accomplish this weekend, how much of it is I want to see the guys that I'm going to be counting on to be my starting 8, and I want to see what my frontline starters look like against SEC competition, or is it let's throw these freshmen out there. Let's throw these redshirt freshmen. Let's take a look at some of these transfers or whatever that we have not seen at the Love Shack in competition. Which school of thought are you kind of trending toward?
Well, a little both. I think that's a good question. That like last weekend or 2 weeks ago against MC, we started if we play a game this weekend, this would be our starting lineup. We feel like, and we ran with those guys. We played 14 innings and we ran with those guys for about 8 innings, and then we started putting in our younger guys for the last 6 innings. And this weekend we'll play 16. They want to play a 9-inning game, take a little break, and play a 7-inning, which that's a lot of baseball. And this time of the fall, we've shut some guys down, some arms, and I'm sure they have too. So, yeah, we'll probably run the team that we feel like will be our starting nine. That doesn't mean it will be, but where we are right now, if we had a game, and that's what we would do. And then we'll see how it goes. Pitching wise, most of the time you give a 1 inning a pitcher, and that we'll probably have a couple of guys go 2, possibly 3, just because we're running a little low, man. It's going to be hard to navigate 16 innings when you're this late in the fall. You got guys that you've shut down, you got guys that are injured, and so we'll work that and see what the scoreboard says and how the game's flowing. But to your point, I think you run your dudes out there, the guys you feel like are going to be your starters, and let them roll for about, this weekend, possibly 9 innings. And, I feel like if you're playing really, really well, like any coach, you'll start doing some substitution and probably play the younger guys the second half of the ball game. But there's guys in our lineup that are everyday starters. I want to see them get at bats. I want to see them get at bats against quality arms like they're going to see this weekend. I mean, these are legit arms. I mean, I know they brought most of their Virginia team over, and they had the, I think, #1 portal class in the country. So, Jack Bauer, they landed the freshman, Jack Bauer, that lefty that's, 100 to 102. I mean, it'll be good for our guys to see that. If we want to go where we want to go, and that's Omaha, if we're not hosting a regional, these are the environments you got to go to, and these are the teams you got to play. And, irregardless of the score and all that stuff, we don't put stuff on social media and all that. And
we scored 3 here or whatever. But, I think it's important that our guys see this atmosphere and play against a team of this caliber this early in the year.
Doc Marvin wants to know on our Live Oak Environmental text line, are these games available anywhere broadcast or streaming that you know of?
I'm not sure. We didn't when we did ours at home. I don't think they will be, but I don't want to speak for Mississippi State. With football being out of town, they'll have a lot of hands on deck. So you never know with them, and they could. I would probably check their website. That's one of those things. It's a great question too, but I hadn't even looked into it. I don't know if it will be broadcast on any streaming or live or anything like that. I'm not sure. I can't answer that. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. That was just a question that I hadn't thought of, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good question if you're really into baseball, which a lot of people are, and for good reason. It's only really just a little over 3 months until the season actually begins for college baseball. So I'm kind of also curious, Lane, how much of what has been accomplished in the fall goes toward what you and Coach Fed and your staff put together for here are the 13, 14 guys we're going to count on in the field and offensively. Here are the 4 or 5 guys we're going to count on as our starters plus the weekday starters. Here's the guy we're kind of looking at as a closer. Maybe these 2 guys can handle the closing combined. How much that goes into these 20-plus practices and scrimmages in the fall actually goes toward the decision-making when you take the field February 13th against Sam Houston or Houston Christian? I'm sorry.
A ton. Look, the fall is so important, and I said earlier it can be fool's gold, and we all have our fall Americans, we call them, that do great in the fall and don't show back up in the spring, and those things happen, and vice versa. But we tell our guys from day one, man, when we have our first meeting, now's the time to show us that you need to be on that bus, you need to be on that travel roster, you need to be on our whatever roster. You need to be on the team, our 40-man, or this year 34-man, or whatever. We get into that with the DSAs, but this is the time, and you need to be showing us, because as brutal as it sounds, when we get back after Christmas in January, we're rolling with what we feel the guys that won the jobs in the fall. Now, there's always going to be injuries. There's going to be sicknesses. There's going to be guys that come back and they're not in shape, and they can lose a job in January, but when we get back to school in January, I mean, it absolutely flies by and it goes quick, and you got to kind of roll with what your eyes were able to see. And we tell our guys that every day. You got one more week. Saturday's our last day of the fall, and then we'll have exit meetings, and then then we start exams here at Tech because we're on the quarter system. So it moves extremely fast. And I will say this, I told our guys this the other day. Last year was if I'm being, quite frankly, if I'm being honest and transparent, last year was a tough year personally on me. I mean, it was one of the toughest years of my career, and it wasn't a fun year. There was a lot of stuff going on, but this team we've got in, and I think with a lot of new guys out of the portal and not a lot of guys we signed, it's been a great team this fall to coach. It's been a pleasure to be around, and in saying that, the fall has absolutely flown by. I know as we all get older, time flies a little faster, but it seems like yesterday we were just meeting for the first time, and I think that's a credit to these young men and how they've worked. And I see them show up here at the facility every day, and they genuinely seem to like each other, and they love to work. It's a professional approach. And this fall, and again, it's not indicative of what you'll see in the spring most of the time, but it's been a great fall with a lot of competition and a lot of really good players, and I've been really pleased with what I've seen the entire fall season.
Lane Burroughs joining us here. Tech Tuesday brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. And I'm just kind of curious, when you look at your roster, there are 8, 9 kids in the 318 area code that are on this roster now, and I think that may be the most in a while. How much of that kind of goes into the enjoyment factor of being a coach, that you're getting high school kids from your backyard to show up in Ruston at the Love Shack?
I love it. I've been doing this, Fletch, this will be my 31st year in college baseball, and that's always been my deal, man. As a recruiting coordinator for 18 years in whatever league, in the SEC, in the Big 12, I've always been big. I call it the 5-hour circle, and I just believe in it. I believe in putting, you can put together a really good team. We live in a state, we live in an area where there's really good baseball players in high school and junior college, and
I think you got to take care of your backyard, man. At the end of the day, those young men are going to fight for you a little more. Maybe they're going to come back. They're going to stay in this area probably when they start their careers, and it's going to mean something to them. And I love it. I love getting Louisiana kids. I love getting North Louisiana kids. And we got a couple of young men from Benton that came over here, and I tell you what, they've absolutely lit it up. Two pitchers, Thomas Allen and JJ. They have absolutely lit it up this fall, and have been phenomenal for us. And that's what makes it fun. They're going to bring season tickets in. People are going to come see them. They're going to root for them. And to answer your question, yeah, I absolutely love. That's always been my thing, man. Get the kids that are going to come back, that love this place, are going to fight for it. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that.
Lane Burroughs, yeah, Jackson Jones and Thomas Allen, a couple of freshmen from Benton High School over there on the Diamond Dog roster. Lane Burroughs and his Bulldogs head over to Mississippi State for a weekend scrimmage, and then it's shutting it down, and they'll get back going here in the winter. I cannot believe that baseball season is literally just 90-something days away. Lane Burroughs, head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, always enjoy visiting with you. And, by the way, have you ever seen anything like Shohei Ohtani in your life?
He's a cyborg. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, he is hands down, and I'm old school, man. He's hands down the best human being that's ever put a baseball in his hand. I couldn't even make it through that game last night. I went out in the 15th and had to get up this morning to see who won, but I've never seen anything like it, from hitting and pitching. And he's probably changed the game, because you're probably going to see more of that, young men that go to the big leagues and do both. And, yeah, he's pretty special, and you don't see those too often.
No, you don't, sir. Lane Burroughs, always enjoy visiting with you, man. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
You bet. Spell Brothers Lumber bringing you Tech Tuesday. Esther, I asked the idiots this question on a couple of group texts last night.
All right.
Ohtani is to baseball what Jordan is to basketball, Gretzky to hockey. Are we at that level, maybe? You think?
Let's wait a minute.
Couple more years?
I don't like doing that to guys that are still playing.
We did that to Trout and see what happened. He was the greatest outfielder maybe of all time. He's up there with Willie Mays, Roberto Clemente, and he's been hurt all this time.
Yeah, he's great, but you got to wait. You forget how many championships Gretzky won, immediately.
Right. Jordan was 6.
Right.
Brady, it's hard to say one football player for me.
Yeah.
Because there's so many moving parts, And that goes back into, NFL MVP. People talking about Jonathan Taylor. He should be a candidate. And you're like, check what having a quarterback has done for the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same team as they had last year. They've changed Joe Flacco, Anthony Richardson for Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
And you look at everything about them has improved because defenses have to respect the quarterback. And so Jonathan Taylor is being able to kind of take advantage of that. So
it's not his first year to have great stats.
No, it's not. He is a former Offensive Player of the Year. So just kind of fun, just talking about some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roger, we want to do a little SEC update real quick. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris Wealth Management. We'll tell you what we'll do. We'll set the SEC schedule for you this weekend because there's been so much going on that we kind of forgot. Oh, yeah, there's games this weekend. Kind of a couple of big ones, as a matter of fact. Vanderbilt and Texas. We said it yesterday, Hester. It's a playoff game.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that Vanderbilt can't be a 2-loss Vanderbilt squad, I don't think, and make the playoffs unless there's a bevy of them. And Texas certainly ain't going to get in with 3 losses.
No.
That game's in Austin at 11 a.m.
Yep.
You like the 11 a.m. kick for it?
Love that.
I think it helps Texas.
For me personally.
And for you personally. Yep. 2 o'clock, Florida and Georgia, the cocktail party. Georgia still has a mulligan, but I don't think they're going to have to need it here. Mississippi State and Arkansas. This is a big one for Mississippi State to get to bowl eligibility. They're 4-4 overall, 0-4 in the league. Arkansas just trying to right the ship. They've got to win out to get to bowl eligibility, so it does not look good for the Hogs. And it sure looks like that Bobby Petrino is not going to ace his test to be the head coach for the Arkansas Razorbacks permanently. Ole Miss, they have a mulligan in their pocket, but you don't want to lose at home to South Carolina. 6 o'clock kick on ESPN. Oklahoma and Tennessee, this is a playoff. 6:30, both teams 6-2. Both teams with 2 losses in SEC play. I don't think either one of these get into the playoffs with 3 losses, Hester.
No, that list is short anyway.
The
people with the ability to get in with 3 losses is a short list.
Yes, and I think that probably is shorter than what we're probably even kind of coming up with in our mind. Kentucky and Auburn wrap things up. Auburn 4-4. Kentucky has to win out with only 1 loss left in their arsenal to be able to get bowl eligibility. This could be one of the coaching playoff games. Loser leaves town match. Mark Stoops, Kentucky on thin ice. Hugh Freeze has been battling for his job in public and on social media and in press conferences, it seemed like, for the last 3 weeks. And that's the 6:30 game on the SEC Network. And that's your SEC update. It's a paid advertisement brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to discuss your investment game plan and help you come up with a roadmap to success. Bo Harris, Certified Financial Planner, CFP, Certified Investment Management Analyst, SEMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors, Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris, WM.com, 318-670-3101. Our show brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Big Halloween sale going on this weekend with big giveaways as well. And our friends over at Alsco taking care of us as well. Uniforms, linens, and facility care. And we'll be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports. Powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about summer rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka, polka, polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality Home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
And we're back looking at another lopsided matchup, Jim. Today we have a combine taking on a train.
Yeah, that heavy train is about 1,000 times heavier than the combine. No competition there.
Right, especially given that it'll take at least a mile to stop that train.
That's 18 football fields.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. See tracks, think train.
This message brought to you by Operation Lifesaver.
I'm Richard Fontenot, president of the Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation. While I'm a fourth-generation rice and soybean grower, you don't have to be a farmer to be a Louisiana Farm Bureau member. Membership has its benefits, from discounts on car seats, hotel rooms, and rental cars, to access to insurance you can count on to be there when you need, plus a whole lot more. We're 145,000 members strong, and we want you to join the Louisiana Farm Bureau family.
Visit lafarmbureau.org. The Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation, the voice of Louisiana agriculture.
Whether your kid is lining them up on the gridiron and putting in the mouthpiece and getting after it, or maybe you got a kiddo who is a part of the Friday night spectacle of drill team and pep squads and cheerleading squads, guess what? Sports World's got you covered. You got a uniform need? Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome, 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 everybody. How's everyone doing on this lovely Tuesday? It's a Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. As a matter of fact, we've got the Godfather 3. We've got part 3 of our Tech Tuesday. Don't say that. No. What's a good third? Rocky 3. That's Clubber Lang, right?
That's better.
Yeah. Isn't that the Clubber Lang one?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So the Rocky 3 of our Tech Tuesday, it's Bulldog soccer coach Stephen Voltz with us. Hey, Coach, how you doing this lovely day?
Doing great. How are you, sir?
We're doing A-OK. What's the travel plans, by the way, to get out to Lynchburg in time for, and I guess, a 10 o'clock our time? No, noon. Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, well, it's 11 o'clock Eastern on Sunday, and so we're leaving actually Thursday late, driving out to Dallas, have an early morning flight at 6 a.m. on Friday, getting there to do training on Saturday, and then play Sunday, and then play again Tuesday, play again Friday, come home with a trophy. That's the plan.
Hey, At least you got a plan
Laying
there,
out the
Coach.
week for you.
I like that. Well, okay, so when are we talking next week then about the NCAAs, I guess? So that's fun. All right. What is it about this?
It's your first time in program history, and we're looking forward to being that group.
What is it about this team? Because you did kind of finish with a little bit of a flourish with, 2-1-1 in your final 4 games, I guess. So,
and it's just young, and they grew up, and it's just fun to watch. They're super exciting. I mean, we had several games where we started 6 freshmen, had 7, 8 freshmen sometimes on the field at a time, and they're just so resilient and so much fun to watch. Energy, even on Sunday at the game, a fairly meaningless game as far as who goes to the tournament, right? But they competed for the seniors and got a tie against a very good Delaware team, and you could just tell they're just committed to the cause, to the process, and look, they're getting hot at the right time.
When a soccer team starts kind of gelling, even if it takes 12 matches into the season or if it's right out of the chute, when do you kind of recognize it as a coach? What is it about this team that makes you think, hey, you know what, I think they're getting it? What is an aspect of the way that they play that registers with you that the coaching is sinking into these kids?
Yeah, I think it's less just of the playing, and because the attitude, the effort has always been there. I think actually when we saw it, it's just in training. So even when they had a tough loss, where, look, a bunch of our losses were 1-0 losses that were clearly in the game, and it's just very deflating. But then they showed up to training the next day, and we just saw the attitude of wanting to grow, wanting to get better, wanting to find a way to solve the issues that were going on. So that's really when we recognized it, that their willingness to work. They never bought into, we're just young, we just can't do this. They just kept showing up, and that's really when we realized, wow, we got a special group that will be a lot of fun to work with over the next couple of years.
When you look at this squad and, scanning the roster, we have, Loyola's Mary Helen Burford is a part of your squad there, and she's logged the second most minutes on this team, only behind the Canadian freshman sensation, Alex Drolet. Is that how you pronounce her name? Drolet?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll be welcome to Quebec anytime. Yeah.
All right, there we go. I get to go to the Drolet Canadian Thanksgiving. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I'll pass it on.
Please do, and let them know I like chocolate gravy on breakfast sometimes, so I'm a little bit more demanding. What is it about these two? Because Mary Helen's a sophomore and Alex is a freshman, and they have each logged over 1,500 minutes. That sounds like a hell of a lot of minutes to be on the soccer pitch. What is it about these two kids that has allowed them to kind of, be out there, and you depend on them, obviously, to be out there, a part of the mix in just about every minute of every game?
Yeah, and they're joined by another freshman at left back, Reagan Roberts. And look, they're, Mary Helen and Alex as well, they're steady Eddie. They just get the job done. They're learning, they're growing together, and really defensively, right at the beginning of conference play, we flipped them. So they're our central defenders, both on the inside, and one was playing on the left, one on the right. So we flipped them and then had one more player drop down to help them, and Maddie Pensum. And since then, they've given up 6 goals in 8 games. So clearly have just done a great job along with Cadence in goal and Ansley in goal. So really, but those two are just, they understand each other. They back each other up. They work together. They chat a lot, and we do a lot of film with them as well, and just kind of get them prepared. And again, time is amazing how that works. When you spend time together, you get better at it, right?
Yeah, no lie. That's what Rogers and I keep saying since we've known each other since 1983. But I think I'm getting worse, and he's taking all my powers and becoming better. I'm getting worse. It's like that Skittles commercial where the kid goes to visit his grandmother in the nursing home, and he wants the Skittles, and she goes, "I'll trade you Skittles for your youth." And he's like, "Yeah." And then he gets older and eats the Skittles, and they both are happy, though. So it all works out.
He's never coming back on the show.
No, I want more of this now. Now I'm curious.
Now you got to see it. Coach, taking on a Liberty squad that's the number 2 seed, but you didn't face them in the regular season. So is that an advantage or a disadvantage for you?
I think for us, it's just an advantage, like just going in there, like, look, we're just going to focus on us, play our style, and continue to grow, and just go into there almost a little unaware, like I got that youthful exuberance, just go in there, let's get after it, and we're playing them at their place, obviously tough, and they're a super good team, and we respect them a lot. But at the end of the day, we've had a lot of close results. Like I said, all our games have been close, and we feel like if we can just get through the first half, stay tight, maybe find an early lead, we can do some damage there. But they're super good, and we're just excited for even the opportunity. What helps us too is just that young team now having experience of going to a conference tournament, just going there and playing, competing, and having that carrot in front of them for next year then as well.
And the other thing that I thought was pretty interesting, that the number 1 seed in Conference USA is Western Kentucky, and you guys did play them, and the only goal of the match was scored with only, 10 minutes to go? And so this was a 0-0 match until the 80th minute. And I'm like, well, if I've got a young squad and I'm heading off to a conference tournament, I got kids that don't know any better other than to go out there and try their best, and they see the number 1 seed, and they're like, we were with these guys. We were one break away from beating the number 1 seed, so why not go out there and win this thing? How much do you think that plays a part in these kids' confidence that they did play Western Kentucky so close?
Yeah, I think a lot. We talked about that. Look, there was a handful of 1-0 losses there in conference, and a bunch of them came at the end of the game. And that, again, part of it is youth and experience to see a game out with a 0-0 tie, but it also adds to the confidence. Hey, we're there. That messaging clearly resonates with them. Say, hey, look, now stay focused. We're fairly healthy going into the tournament now as well. So from that standpoint, we feel good about it. And again, it goes back to their resilience. They will hang in there and they'll compete till somebody tells them they can't go anymore. But until then, they'll give everybody their best effort.
Yeah, I think all 4 games that you lost were 1-0 games, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, on the literal edge. And the last thing, and I have noticed this, that when it comes to soccer kits, your girls have had some of the best out there. Louisiana Tech's got such fantastic colors. How much goes into the decision of, all right, what are we wearing in this first match? Because look good, play good. Who makes that decision? Is that the Stephen Voltz decision, or is that by committee from the girls?
Yeah, we had that conversation at the beginning of the year about you designing some jerseys for us, so we'll still have to follow up on that at some point. I have not forgotten about that. And look, we have what we have, but once Liberty told us that they will be playing in all white at home, I asked our players, which dark color do you want to use, and they decided to play in all red. So we'll come out in the red and blue and represent La Tech the best way we know how.
Well, that's what you want. It worked for Tiger to wear red on Sundays, and so here we go. Louisiana Tech wearing red on Sundays, and it's going to be, I believe, on ESPN Plus streaming, 11 a.m. Eastern. Which, again, is that 10 o'clock our time, Hester, or noon our time?
Yes, sir.
10 our time. I forget that if I'm going west or east, it all gets kind of mishmash in my mind here.
Coach, I have one question for you.
Absolutely.
Who is your Bundesliga side?
Oh, boy, I'm a long-suffering Schalke 04 fan, but you know what? I'm a glutton for punishment.
No, you are going through a rough one, so I'm not going to pile on you because I am a Dortmund supporter.
No, they're back in first place. They'll be back where they belong next year, and we'll get after it. It's a long-standing tradition, but that's, if you know anything about that, which you clearly do, is they have just an outstanding fan base. Yes. That's just one of those clubs that if you love it, you can't quit them.
Oh, and blue and white, so not far from Tech's colors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Coach, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Adam Hester here, our resident soccer, who does ESPN Plus soccer coverage for all the Northwestern State home games for the most part, a longtime soccer coach at Calvary. He got me into his group's Premier League fantasy soccer league, and this is my first year in it. I don't know. I haven't checked the results here lately, Hester.
He has. He talks about this all the time.
I was going to ask, how are you doing? Yeah.
Who's winning that, by the way, Hester?
He is winning it.
Is it a slim margin? I can't remember.
Because
Coach, this is escaping me.
As a person who plays fantasy sports like Tim does, he's counting his eggs in October.
But the season ends in December, right?
The season ends in May.
Oh, my gosh, it goes till May? Holy moly.
He also Look, he's also responsible for the relegation of about 3 teams because he changes his favorite team every time they get sent down.
Yeah.
So I have been a Bournemouth fan now for 3 straight years.
He's now a Bournemouth fan who he hasn't doomed
yes.
But he just drafted all their players, and they got off to a good start. So
that's right.
So basically, he's going to receive a lot of notes from teams in the Premier League.
Yes.
So please don't pick us. We want to stay up there.
Yes, exactly.
So but I wasn't sure. I didn't know I was still leading. Well, that's good to hear. Okay,
playing 5 at the back. I'm looking at his lineup. 5 defenders in this.
It's a bold
well
move.
done, and yeah,
it's a
let's
bold
go.
move.
Right, get it done.
It's
we'll
working
talk again in May. How about that?
I tell you what, Coach. I tell you what. I'll send you a snapshot of what my team looks like, and if you want to employ the same tactics Sunday, feel free to. Okay,
the 5-3-2.
The 5-3-2. There we go. Just the way
I appreciate that. We'll look into it, but let's start with the jerseys first, and then we'll go into lineups. How about that?
Stephen Voltz, head coach for the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs soccer squad. They are going to be in Lynchburg, Virginia, to take on Liberty. As he said, they win Sunday, they win Tuesday, they win Friday, then they go to the NCAA tournament. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Coach, nothing but the best for you. Safe travels out there for you and your girls as well.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Coach. Tech Tuesday brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. We'll be back right after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine 2 animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does,
Okay.
because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
Whether you're looking for that hot shot prospect in Bowman Chrome, or maybe that established star with any of the Panini products coming out for the NFL, or maybe Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, and those Upper Deck Goodwin Champions cards that are out there, Sports Cards of Louisiana has something for everybody, plus Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178 on the north side of Brookshire. It's Sports Cards of Louisiana, 318-671-4991. The Hill Brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com, 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Baby, 8:43 the time. How's it going? Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Adam Hester, the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewers Home Center. They've got the big Halloween specials this weekend. Wow. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Donnie's going to have all the details when he joins us Friday. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. Time now for your LSU update. Brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. So, On3.com also talks about the 5 players that LSU must retain through the coaching change. Okay. Carius Kern? Sure. Got to hold on to him. He's a freshman, even though he had a horrible game against A&M. You know that the talent is there and that he will get better, and he's a giant human being. He's a 5-star recruit. Hold on to him. Harlem Berry. Yeah. Yep. Frank Wilson probably is one of those guys that's going to be on the staff even when the new coach comes in, you would think. And Harlem Berry is a New Orleans guy, and of course Frank Wilson was chief in his recruitment, so that kind of stands to reason. Yeah. Whit Weeks, I think a lot of people thought that
bold move.
yeah.
Are you sure?
That he was going to be bound for the NFL after this year, but with the injury situation and his brothers are all there, maybe he decides to stick around for one more year. Trey Green, who has been compared to Calvin Johnson, Megatron, for his athletic ability and size. He's also a standout basketball player. Yeah, you want to hold on to that cat and build an offense.
Like a decent fit.
Seems like a decent fit for anybody. And, of course, cornerback DJ Pickett, who is tied to Corey Raymond, another guy, Hester, that's got to stay on the staff, right? Yeah. You know, I don't know about everybody else. I don't know about Blake if he's going to stick around or what, but you got to keep the guys that are the LSU-centric recruitment guys that get New Orleans kids and get South Louisiana kids and get defensive backs. You got to keep that bridge flowing, man. Yeah. And C.J. Pickett is as good as they've had come through the pike as far as 5-star and what he's able to do and his size. These things, he's a little bit of an outlier. So, yeah, those are the 5 guys that On3.com says Matthew Brune that LSU needs to retain through the coaching change, and I completely agree. And I also realize those are the 5 guys that are probably going to have the most money thrown at them by other schools trying to poach them. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road, Bossier City, rivercitieslighting.com. Taking care of your light fixture needs for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. Couple of texts before we take a time out here from the Live Oak Environmental Text Line Fist Pump. Why does it feel like when you break up with a girl and everyone tells you how relieved they are and how horrible they were where you were months ago? Some of the dirt coming out on BK is rough and embarrassing in most cases. Yeah, there's been some bad stuff. Yeah. Ed in San Marcos with prayers for Jamaica. Oh, my God, 175-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Yeah. Most of the island will sustain crazy storm surge. That should be hitting like now, right?
I'm not sure about the timeline. I know it's bad.
318 says, morning, fellas. There are reports that 1, maybe 2 people will be paying the majority of Brian Kelly's buyout, so I have 2 questions. Maybe you can help me here. If they have this kind of money, why wouldn't they spend it and get some offensive linemen from the portal? You never hear them getting offensive linemen in the portal. You do receivers, defensive linemen, and corners, but no offensive line. Well, they got the couple of them. They got the center, Braylon Moore, you know. Second question, there are people that have this kind of money. Why are there people starving and homelessness in Baton Rouge? What the hell kind of world do we live in where you give millions to a guy to go away, but people are sleeping under a bridge in the same city? What kind of world are we leaving for our kids? Well, I'm a big believer people can do whatever they want to with their money. Yeah, and if you can sleep at night with your decisions, then that's your conscience. You know, and if you have enough, I guarantee you most of these people who are buying this out are probably donating a lot of money to many charitable causes. You know, maybe they're not just, stand out. They don't make a big announcement. Hey, I just donated $50,000 to a soup kitchen. But if you look at their books, I would imagine a lot of them, whether it's because of their conscience or because of their goodness or because of their tax write-offs, that they're making some nice size donations to people. Golden T said, I talked to Kevin. He's not interested in moving. He has a hot yoga place that he signed a 5-year contract with, so he's locked in. Hotty toddy. And OU Care said after his second home run last night for Shohei, I said to my wife, we get to watch possibly the greatest player in the history of the game. I just hate that he plays for the Dodgers. Same here. All right, quick timeout. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Our show presented by Alsco.com. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Go Landers.com. They're going to have some spooky savings for you as well. Did y'all see that Ram just disappear off the parking lot under smoke and lightning? Yeah, some kind of wizardry is going on out there at Landers. You got to go out there and check it out yourself. 2701 Benton Road. I don't know, but I have a feeling that Trey Rogers might be a little bit of a car truck wizard, being able to conjure up incredible deals for you and yours this Halloween weekend at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220, underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. Back into this.
Get ready. Arena football is alive again. The Louisiana Rougarou are roaring into 2026 with a new identity, deep Louisiana pride, and a promise to light up the turf in Brookshire's Arena. From premium seats to
Gold Seats season tickets start at just $196, and your loyalty is rewarded all season long. This is your chance to be a part of the pack. Head over to LouisianaRougarou.com right now and grab your season tickets. Join the Roo Crew and get ready for a 2026 season that you don't want to miss.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Hunting season in full swing, but don't forget about fall fishing. The Hooking Up and Tracking Down show will keep you up to date on where the fish are biting. Wednesdays at 11 and Saturday mornings at 6 here on home of the LSU Sports, 1130 The Tiger.
Whatever your vision for holiday decorating, the Home Depot has what you need to bring it to life. Like our warm white holiday lights with steady lit technology, so your lights stay glowing even if one bulb fails. Whether you're going for a soft, warm glow or a colorful display of holiday cheer, choose from our wide variety of holiday lights starting at $5 in-store only. Find everything you need to get your holidays started with the Home Depot.
The future depends on teachers who are reinventing the classroom and starting their students on journeys that will change the course of history. Shape the future. Teach. Learn more and receive free support at teach.org.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
I'm afraid I'm catching lice from these borrowed headphones. My head's starting to itch.
It's probably true. You should definitely be more paranoid.
Should I just go ahead and preemptively shave my head?
I think you should run outside.
Just run outside. That's how you get rid of the lice?
Screaming and like throwing your hands around. They're coming to take me away.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we have matches somewhere? We
just burn it?
Yeah. Okay.
My headphones walked out of the studio that I've had for 6-7 years. Don't know where they are.
Oh, you've had them that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, nice little Sennheisers that I've had. These sound like I'm on a payphone. Oh, yeah. What?
Ah!
By the way, Hurricane Melissa now has winds up to 180 miles per hour. One of the strongest Atlantic hurricanes on record as it nears Jamaica's southern coast. Good gosh, dude. This thing is enormous.
Yeah, it's not going to be good.
No, and Jamaica isn't exactly prepared for this kind of stuff. So, whew, that is going to be brutal. Hester?
The government is shut down, so
yeah,
don't know how we send.
Yep.
I'm assuming maybe we can still. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. We shall see. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Hester?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on in your world? You doing okay?
There's stuff to talk about, Tim.
Last night, the Kansas City Chiefs won their third straight game. And I meant to bring this up with Sella when he was talking about how Bryce Restovich had kind of a rough go there, threw 4 picks, which is way out of the ordinary, but 3 of them were kind of like, one guy made a hell of a play. The other ones were kind of like, no, they weren't really his fault, and one was he threw a pick. Patrick Mahomes threw 2 picks in the first half last night.
I forgot that even happened.
Yeah. Threw 2 picks in the first half and then threw 3 touchdown passes in the second half. Hester, it's starting to look like the Kansas City Chiefs.
I've been telling you.
They're not going away.
No.
They are the absolute favorites in the AFC. I think hands down. They're better than the Bills. I know they play the Bills Sunday.
The Bills are shaky?
Shaky at best.
Sometimes.
They have no run defense.
They have maybe the best running back, even on the same level as Taylor, though.
Yeah, James Cook coming off the first 200-yard game for a Buffalo Bill since I don't know, O.J. Simpson.
the Southern fella.
That when they were announcing that, I was watching the game and said, James Cook with the first 200-yard game since, oh, God.
They have, you can tell they have,
since O.J. Simpson. Back in 1970.
You know who.
O.J. Impson say, he who shall not be named.
You know
him.
That
guy. But yeah, he's a handful, and so you kind of understand why Devin Singletary was moved out. Which, by the way, Devin Singletary now is running back 1B for the Giants. You can't kill me, baby. I'm still here.
Still alive.
He has been a mercenary for the Texans, and now he's with the Giants. But yeah, the Chiefs last night. Kelsey looked 3 years younger. Mahomes made 2 throws last night, and I had baseball and both the ESPN and the Madden cast on, and there were 2 throws last night where Troy Aikman literally dropped a wow while it was going on, like wow, where he does the roll right, throws back left, just a flick of the wrist, and it's almost like that. In his mind, he's like, so who was it you guys were saying were the MVP?
Right.
Josh, Lamar? Oh, that's who you guys have kind of pegged for the season? Okay. Let's see what we have here. And now he's got all these weapons. Kareem Hunt's healthy. Pacheco's healthy. Worthy's healthy. Rashee Rice is healthy. Kelsey's looking decent. Hollywood Brown's out there.
Kelsey.
Noah Gray would be starting tight end for probably 15 teams in the league right now, and he's a backup.
Kelsey had 90-something yards last
night?
Yeah,
99 yards, I think. And so it all depends on will they keep their offensive line healthy.
Yeah.
Because if they can protect him just enough, I don't see how anybody beats these guys when the chips come falling down in the playoffs.
No. See what Baltimore does.
Their playoff is every week's a playoff for the Ravens now. They get Lamar back this week, but it's a Thursday game, right? Isn't it Thursday, the Ravens-Chargers?
I'm honestly not sure.
Is that right? Yeah. And so this is it. They lose their 2-7, and then they got to go
2-5 right now. So.
Okay, if they lose, they're 2-6, and so that means that they would have to win out. They'd be 11. Okay, so it's not quite an elimination game. No, and if you look at the odds, they're still favored to win the AFC North.
Yeah, because the Steelers aren't that good.
No,
that's who's leading the division at 4-3.
Right. And if they win and the Steelers lose, they're one game behind.
And when they get Lamar back healthy,
it's a whole different animal.
Situation.
And they actually handed the ball to Derrick Henry this week, which is weird. I know. Handing that giant back there from Predator is not a bad idea. 8:57 the time. We'll be back with more of the Power Hour from Brewer Home Center and our show presented by Alsco right after this. The Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock brought to you by Donnie Brewer's Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When you're looking for a beautiful manufactured home for $60, $70, $80, $90 a square foot, you know where to go. The BQH at 3830 East Texas. The Power Hour, the Tim Fletcher Show, is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Long been a fan of Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, the dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier, i.e. Starburst, for the reason to send me to Cormier Family Dentistry. East Kings Highway across from Albertsons next to Drug Emporium.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
That was old Chris Blair. Welcome back. What was that, sir?
He's not fired. He's still there.
He's still there. Yeah, if you're the play-by-play guy, you're like, am I good? Scott, am I? My key still work? And again, the fact that there were TV cameras there like 4 in the morning, camped out to get Kelly going into the office and coming out with boxes of stuff.
That's a little much. Like, just,
you know,
what are you doing? Everybody knows how this works.
Everyone knows that that's what he's got to do. You know,
to...
so what? Doesn't he have someone to go get it? Well, no, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, people are dumb.
Yeah. All right, that's going to wrap up for our Lafayette audience. We hope you guys have a wonderful day on this Fair Tuesday. And yes, certainly feel for the folks in Jamaica. And I know there's like, I think Channel 3 mentioned there's like a newlywed couple from around here, Natchitoches, that's there on honeymoon, and they're stuck there. Yeesh. Have a great day, Lafayette. Check you on the flip side tomorrow.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Happy hour here on the old radio show. Our program brought to you by Chasing Aces. They've got this today, the 28th, Raj. Yes. They've got a Halloween thing going on tonight. As a matter of fact, Chasing Aces, pretty fun stuff. It's really kind of cool. It's called Trick or Putt. Okay, family, friends, fairways, the perfect Halloween combo. Trick or Putt at Chasing Aces from 5:30 to 7:30 tonight. Trick or treat around the facility. Kids putt free, first come, first serve. You can also enter your kiddos into a costume contest for a chance to win golf lessons for you and the kids. You can also upgrade the fun and book a bay at chasingaces.golf. 10 and under putting is free. 11 and up putting is discounted at $10. It's Chasing Aces Trick or Putt today from 5:30 to 7:30. Kids putt free under the age of 10. What a great way to kind of get out there and have some fun with your kiddos, and it is an absolute blast. Everything at Chasing Aces is really coming up aces. Isn't it weird how that works? I wonder if that's why they called it that. Time now for an SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris. All he wants to do is make sure that you are preparing yourself for the financial future that lies ahead. And whether your financial future is more concerned about you and your spouse and your kids, or just you, or maybe wondering about taking care of an elderly parent, or maybe you're the elderly parent and you want to make sure that you're going to be taken care of and not going to be a burden for your kids, or you're going to be a parent one day that's in your 70s or 80s and you don't want your kids right now who are 10, 12, 15 years old, you look at them and go, do I want them taking care of me? Do I want them to have to take care of me? Hey now. Then plan on it with a trusted financial advisor. You know, we don't talk enough exhibition basketball over here, Hester.
I was hoping we would get to that today, talking about exhibition basketball.
John Calipari's first time coaching a game against Memphis at the FedEx Forum. Didn't start off well. They were behind 29-14, but the Arkansas Razorbacks roared back, outscoring Memphis by 39 over the final 28 minutes to pick up a 99-75 preseason win. Arkansas also beat Cincinnati 89-61 in preseason action. I think you know what that means. Get ready. The Arkansas Razorbacks are going to be cutting down the nets once April rolls around. Freshman Malik Thomas, 5-star out of Pittsburgh. 23 points. Hester, 9 out of 15 shooting from the field. I told you he was going to be good, didn't I?
Oh, yeah. Hey, good morning, Him. Does Jerry Stackhouse still play college basketball?
No, I don't think so. I think Stackhouse has graduated.
Oh, no.
I think he went to the league for a while.
I might be a couple of years off.
You might be a couple of years. Anthony Davis isn't playing at Kentucky anymore either. Yeah, I know. I think you're a little off on some of your timing there.
Yeah.
But yeah, exhibition basketball. How you like them apples? Season gets underway Monday. Southern at Arkansas, Mercer at Tennessee, Missouri at Howard, Florida and Arizona get together at T-Mobile Arena, number 3 and number 13 on TNT. Bellarmine, who Hester plays everybody.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
They play Georgia on
schedule's not
no. Bellarmine is not afraid to play anybody. Southeastern takes on Ole Miss, North Dakota at Alabama, Bethune at Auburn, Northwestern State tips off the season at Texas A&M. Lipscomb at Vanderbilt, and St. Francis at Oklahoma. College basketball season gets underway Monday, November 3rd. Wow. Unbelievable. And that's your SEC update. The SEC update is a paid advertisement brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo and have him help you come up with an investment game plan to help you navigate yourself to smoother waters down the road. With a game plan, you need a plan. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation, your head coach of the Southwood Cowboys, it's Deaumante Johnson. Hello, Deaumante. What's going on, sir?
Hey, good morning, Tim. How's everything going?
It's going A-OK, buddy. Coming off a couple of rough ones here against two really top-flight teams in North DeSoto and Northwood, and now you got Coach Coop's BTW Lions in store on Halloween night at Independence Stadium, I guess, right?
Correct. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Halloween night, taking on a BTW squad that has certainly shown that they can hang in there with anybody and then win a lot of games against a lot of folks. How are you feeling about the way your boys have played these last couple of weeks, and what's something that you take as a silver lining from these last couple of weeks?
Oh, I feel amazing. You know, I think, me personally, I love the way that we had to play two very tough teams back to back. You know, that stuff, that playing guys like that builds character. It really does. And it gives your kids an idea of what high-level football looks like. And, again, that's when you get, as a coach who's coming in and rebuilding a program, now you get to see, okay, in what spots, what areas do we need to work on? For example, you know, hats off to Austin Brown and his crew, but Austin said himself, you guys did a tremendous job on special teams. So things like that, that's what you want. That's what you like to hear from a coach who's built a program up and got that program rolling, to a young coach and his staff and his players who's building a program. But like I said, I love the fact that we played these two teams back to back, and we competed. Our kids never ever gave up, and that's what we took from these past 2 weeks. We wanted to see how much fight do you have in you, how much fight, and our kids showed that they have a lot of fight, and they're not backing down to anyone.
Well, and that's what you want. And this is something that I think, Deaumante, that you and that coaching staff that has assembled over there on Walker Road has to take some pride in that these kids are showing some dedication. They are showing that they don't want this to slip back to the place where they came from. That some of these seniors and juniors, for example, that have been a part of that long losing streak over the last 5 years, they don't ever want to get back there, and they're showing it, whether it's playing hard in the fourth quarter of a 41-point loss, or if it's showing up and showing out in a 36-22 win over Woodlawn. And so how much of that is just they are embodying what you wanted and what your coaches have tried to instill in them?
Oh, a lot. A lot. Like I said, you know, they come to work every day with their heart and put their hard hats on and go to work, you know. So, and they understand, like, hey, we're not the old Southwood anymore. Like, we don't carry the same mindset or things like that. We're going to come to work regardless of if it's a win, lose, or draw. We come to work and we get better every day, because they always know, I'm always telling them, you're only doing one or two things when you get here. You're either getting worse or you're getting better. And these kids come to get better every single day, mentally, physically, all that great stuff. So they understand and they know, like, hey, we're going to come here and work, because we don't want to go back to those old ways, because we love where we're going with this program.
What is it about BTW that is the biggest concern moving into this Friday's game?
Well, you know, I think Coach Coop and their staff over there, they do a really good job with pushing the ball down the field. I think they have honestly, number 5 probably has one of the strongest arms I've ever seen in high school football. That kid can lunch it. So he does a great job. They do a really good job coaching their guys up on how to run good routes and how to be in the right spot, and they have great timing also. So they're doing a really good job over there at BTW. So I think that's one of the things, we're going to have to slow down. They want to push the ball down the field vertically and create explosive plays.
Deaumante Johnson joining us here, and of course, Deaumante, your squad comes into this. We're down to the nitty-gritty. We're down to the final couple of games here in the regular season, and I'm just kind of curious, have you taken a gander at the playoff power rankings here recently?
Yes, I have, honestly. I've been keeping up with it for the past few weeks. For the longest, we were sitting at 22, and which is and over here on the select, well, that's playoff. Top 24 makes the playoff. Mm-hmm. But now with us just taking the loss to Northwood, we're at 27 still. So these last 2 games are so important, and our kids understand it. Listen, I want everybody to know that we are coming to play. Like these last 2 games, like these kids really want to make the playoffs. It's going to be the first time since 2004. So they know what's at stake right now. The coaching staff knows what's at stake. We're sitting at 27 right now. And if we take care of our business and handle business these last 2 games, there's a high chance that we can make it to the state playoffs.
How big would that be for this program if you're able to move up just 3 notches to make the playoff field? Have you dared yourself to allow yourself to have that vision? Yes.
It's been the vision since I stepped in the building. I think you guys know by now how I am, Tim. I have a winner mindset. My mindset coming into this thing was to make it to the playoffs. So it would be everything to this program, to these kids, to the community, to the Southwood alum. It would be everything. Because I've talked to so many Southwood alums, and they're so excited, so happy for where their program is going. And but to make it to the playoffs for them since 2000, the first time since 2004. It's going to mean everything. And let me tell you something. I don't care what happens in the first round. I'm going to be so happy for these young men, this community, and, again, this school.
2004, Deaumante, is the last time Southwood was in the postseason?
Yes.
Wow. Holy moly.
I think I was in 3rd or 4th grade.
Good grief. That's 21 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And these kids, none of these kids were born or thought about.
The playoff drought could drink by now. It could buy a beer. Yeah. 21 years. Holy cow, Deaumante. All right, now I'm getting nervous. And I don't have anything to do with this. But now I'm like, oh my gosh, can they please somehow or another make it into that top 24? It's a big game, obviously, this week.
Yes, huge.
Enormous game for both of you guys. And then it follows up next week is going to be probably an even bigger game, taking on a Minden squad as well. Yeah. How healthy are the Southwood Cowboys this late in the season?
Well, if I were to give you guys a percentage, I would say we're 95% healthy, 95%, which is high. That's really good. We kept them healthy this long. And, again, like I said last week, hats off to Coach Morgan, what he does down there in the weight room. But we're 95% healthy right now. We took an injury here and there. We took one in North DeSoto, and we took one in Northwood, which it hurts us because, those were guys that played for us, like a lot of snaps, special teams-wise, and on the other sides of the ball. They were 95% healthy, which is a great thing. I don't think too many other programs can say that. So we're pretty healthy right now going into this end of this football season.
Every now and then, Deaumante, we love talking to coaches about just not only the kids that get their name in the spotlight and the headlines and stuff, but our Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung heroes. Goodwill Industries does such a great job being an unsung hero for so many wonderful things they do for people who could just use a little bit of help every now and then, and they've given it for now 100 years, which is so stinking cool. But the Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung heroes in high school football are those kids who don't get that attention necessarily, but buddy, if you didn't have them, you wouldn't be having the success you're having. Who is one or two kids that kind of fit the bill for being an unsung hero for the Southwood Cowboys this season?
Oh, Christian Green and Evan Dooley. Man, let me tell you something. Those guys, they really don't get a lot of recognition, but, man, they are the pieces to this puzzle over here at Southwood High School since the day I walked in the building. Both phenomenal young men and very smart young men in the classroom and the biotech programs over here. But Christian Green and Evan Dooley, I just wish I had them for one more year. You know, you have those kids that you'd be like, man, I really hate to see you go. I wish I had you get one more year. Those two young men, I wish I had them another year and another year after that. You know, I can coach guys like them all day, every day.
I get it. My coach said almost the same thing, except it was I wish I could go back a year and get rid of you before this year and never see you again. Oh, Coach, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Deaumante Johnson and the Southwood Cowboys in a huge game. And here's the thing, Deaumante. I know that the Love Shreveport Bossier folks are doing a really cool thing for Woodlawn and Bossier this week. They're having a flash mob show up. They've done this for a couple of local restaurants and other local businesses, and someone posted on social media, I think it might have been Love Shreveport Bossier that posted on social media that at Woodlawn's game last week, it looked like there were 15 people on hand, and that is just, it's ridiculous, and it's sad, and you hate that. And so they're doing all they can, and I know that Holmes Honda and somebody, I forget which restaurant it was, but stepped up and provided meals, senior baskets and stuff for the seniors at Woodlawn, and really done a great job of that. And then I noticed in some of the comments, people are like, hey, they're not the only program that could use some support from the community and from alumni. And some people threw in the fact that, you know, Southwood, these boys are trying hard, and look what these kids are doing. You know, and so, Deaumante, I know that you talk about how you've talked to some of the alumni, and they are excited about this. I'll let you have the pulpit here for just a second if you want to kind of preach and say, hey, we need you at Independence Stadium on Friday night. All of you Southwood alumni, come out and cheer for these boys. And same thing for the BTW alumni. It's not just the Soul Bowl that you got to go to. Go out and root for these kids in all these games. But, you know, Deaumante, what would it be like for your kids if they go to the game on Friday night and they look up there and they see 1,000 people showing up on the Southwood sidelines?
Oh man, it means everything. It'll mean everything. The kids would freak out and be super excited because even with, you know, the numbers we've been pulling in this year, and I will say we have been pulling in some really great numbers this year at the games, and the numbers that they say they haven't seen in a long, long time, with the alumni coming back and supporting their schools. So hats off to these alumni for showing up this season. But if we were to walk out there and our kids see 1,000+ people out there in the stands, man, it'll mean everything to them. That's something they'll talk about for the rest of their lives. Like, I mean, they really would. You know I would if I was a high school football player still at this time.
Yep.
You know, so, you know, Southwood alumni, BT alumni, hey, man, come pack out Independence Stadium for these young men. At the end of the day, they're winners. They're winners because they're not in the streets doing anything. So that right there alone should make you come support these kids because they're out here doing something, representing these schools, and they're trying to get somewhere in life. And because we all know this game can take us places. I'm one of the young men that can say it took me places and put me in position to where I'm at right now in life. So please, BTW alumni, Southwood High School alumni, come out, support these young men, and let's get Independence Stadium packing, and let's get it packed out, and let's get it booming this upcoming Friday on Halloween. It's going to be a spooky night.
And State Fair's going on, Halloween, and you got two Grambling alumni and Coach Coop and Coach Deaumante, who not only represented their high school so well when they were growing up, Deaumante, of course, at Plain Dealing, Coop at his alma mater, BTW, who were G-men as well and represented Grambling and the G on the helmet and the G in their heart for so long and still do to this day, and are the epitome of what you want to see, young men coming back and giving back in their communities. It would be fantastic if there were a lot of folks that packed in to Independence Stadium to check out BTW and Southwood in a monumental game for both in their playoff efforts. Coach, well said, well stated. Wish your boys nothing but the best, man. I hope everyone comes out of this healthy, and we are rooting for that playoff string to be broken for the Southwood Cowboys this year.
Thank you so much, Tim. God bless you guys. One more thing. Hey, go Grambling, baby. Y'all saw that in Vegas. That's what I'm talking about. Go Grambling. Go Grambling. Tim, y'all have a blessed one, man. Appreciate you guys for everything. Hey, God bless again, brother.
Thank you very much, Deaumante. Same to you, buddy. 9:19 the time. Happy hour coming at you. Our show also brought to you by the good folks over at Rejuvime Medical, RejuvimeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com. When it comes to weight loss, low T, they've got you squared away with a nurse practitioner on site. He'll go over your lab results, come up with a customized effort to take care of you in a healthy way to get to your levels that you're looking for. Check it out, 318-408-4080. Rejuvime Medical, located at 4801 Line Avenue. That's in Piermont Mall. Suite 8, right across from Brookshire's on Line Avenue, right next to our friends over at Chop Shop on Azalea. RejuvimeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com. They're not just online, though. They're down the street at 4801 Line Avenue in Shreveport, Louisiana. Hambone and I. We'll be back with more of the show presented by Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. Alsco.com right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports. Powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Great workout, huh? Hey, do you want to grab some lunch?
I'd love to, but I'm doing one of those detoxes, so I'm only allowed to drink this green stuff all day.
Actually, I'm doing a detox too, but I don't have to drink that.
Wait, what? What detox are you on?
It's called Active Liver, and it's a natural tablet with herbs that support my liver and help me detox daily, all year long. No special diets, no prescription required, no starvation, and no, green stuff. I'm feeling amazing, sleeping better, and have so much more energy. And my digestion's never been better.
Active Liver, huh? I'm gonna pick some up right now, on our way to lunch.
We ask a lot of our liver, so give it the support it deserves with an easy daily detox from Active Liver. Made with natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke, Active Liver helps cleanse and protect your liver so you feel less bloated and more energized. Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. When your liver is happy, your body is happy. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
Looking for the best way to grow your business? Town Square Media is your ultimate marketing partner. We're the leaders in combining the power of radio, digital, and social media to create the most effective marketing plans that deliver results. With our expert strategies, we'll help you reach more customers, increase sales, and build a stronger brand. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Call Town Square Media today at 318-688-1130. And let's get started on a marketing plan that works for you.
Whatever your vision for holiday decorating, the Home Depot has what you need to bring it to life. Like our warm white holiday lights with steady lit technology, so your lights stay glowing even if one bulb fails. Whether you're going for a soft, warm glow or a colorful display of holiday cheer, choose from our wide variety of holiday lights starting at $5 in store only. Find everything you need to get your holidays started with the Home Depot.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Our weekly high school coaches conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Furniture and Appliances. You can't see the dent, you can't see the scratch on so many of these products, but there's still a steep discount on so many wonderful things at Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. You may not see the dent, but you're going to see the savings at Skent-N-Dent, bringing you Coach's Conversation.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvime Medical. Check your testosterone today at RejuvimeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
The presenting sponsor for the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniform needs, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, with facility care from wet mops to floor mats to everything in between, plus the very important first aid services as well.
Trust Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Rogers, how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay, Pilgrim.
Hey now.
You're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play.
Sing it, man. That's all right, buddy. All right, man. Okay. We are the Tim Fletcher Show. Happy hour. Our show is brought to you by our friends over at Walk On Sports Bistro. Yesterday was the Sports Equinox with all 4 major sports playing on the same day. NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, and the NFL. Couldn't have gone much better for the Kansas City Chiefs, Los Angeles Dodgers. Not so hot for the Mavericks and the Pelicans, Raj. I know this is going to shock you, Raj. Zion Williamson sat out last night with an injury. I know. He's such a, the paragon of health. A left bone bruise in his foot, a left foot bone bruise, which I believe opens up for Opossum Where Art Thou on Saturday at Bears or whatever. Yeah, left foot bone bruise. And then Cooper Flagg last night for the Mavericks on the first possession takes a shot to the left shoulder, and he's got a shoulder sprain, but he did log 31 minutes, but he also only scored 2 points. So not the best of nights for the Pelicans and the Mavericks. The Mavericks did make things interesting, cutting a lead that was 19 points in the fourth quarter down to 1, but kind of got out-dueled there at the finish. The Pelicans, Willie Green said afterward that was just pathetic. That was a horrible display. Our guys didn't put forth the effort, and so people are like, well, Coach, this is like the 3rd game of the year. The fellow shouldn't be already worn out and not putting forth the effort. That's a little bit of a weird situation there. I tell you what's not weird, Raj. Honey baked ham for the holidays. All right, Raj. When Abigail sent this to me, I was like, "You're what? You're adding what to the holiday menu list?" So Rogers, not only does honey baked ham have the most incredible succulent hams known to man, and we're talking about only the finest of hams are ever chosen to be honey baked hams, 1 in 10 to be exact. These hams are slow smoked 22, 24 hours over that blend of hardwood chips. Honey baked ham's the leanest, most flavorful ham on the market, moist and tender with no added water or juices ever. Their meats are gluten-free. That sweet, crunchy glaze can only be found at Honey Baked Ham. So not only do they have that, not only do they have the turkey breast of tender, moist, juicy, finished with that sweet, crunchy glaze as well. They come in smoked and roasted. Limited number of whole turkeys available, by the way. This year at Honey Baked Ham, Raj, prime rib is available at Honey Baked Ham. That's right.
I'd say that again.
Not only does Honey Baked Ham have your ham quarters for the holidays, not only do they have the most incredible turkey for the holidays, they now have prime rib available.
For the holiday.
For the holidays, as the holidays just got an upgrade. Honey Baked Ham now has prime rib, perfectly marbled, expertly seasoned, pre-cooked to rare. Just heat, serve, and impress. You can choose from 3 to 8 pound cuts or make it a full meal with the signature heat and serve sides. Online orders open next week for December pickup with availability starting December 1st for the prime rib. So that is going to be something to talk about once the Thanksgiving rush gets over. Keep that in mind. Prime rib available for Christmas this year at Honey Baked Ham. And yes, they're going to have extended hours during the Thanksgiving holidays till 6:30, all the way up that week leading up to even Sunday. They will be open the Sunday before Thanksgiving. Go to honeybakedshreveport.com. Get your online order. Rogers, you and I both know the simplest thing to do is order online, set up a day and time to pick it up, and you're done with it. Say hello to Officer Escadé.
That's exactly right.
Caddo Sheriff. And then mosey on in, grab your ham, turkey sides, and then pretty soon your prime rib, and be done with it.
I mean, you know, they already didn't have enough business and enough customers, so why not add prime rib?
Exactly.
They don't have enough customers, or nobody really likes them that much, so they got to do something new. My gosh.
Yes.
Gosh.
They are incredible.
My mind is blown, man.
Mind blown.
Wow.
Honey baked ham. Right
Soon
there.
your belly's going to be blown, boy.
Hello,
Hey,
blown up
boy.
with food, getting all full. Honey baked ham. Honey, please give me a honey baked ham. Your ham quarters for the holidays. Honey baked ham. Southfield and Uri in Shreveport. Get your ham, turkey, and prime rib on this holiday season. All right, we'll be back with your LSU update right after this.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The future depends on teachers who are reinventing the classroom and starting their students on journeys that will change the course of history. Shape the future. Teach. Learn more and receive free support at teach.org.
Get ready. Arena football is alive again. The Louisiana Rougarou are roaring into 2026 with a new identity, deep Louisiana pride, and a promise to light up the turf in Brookshire's Arena. From premium seats to gold seats, season tickets start at just $196, and your loyalty is rewarded all season long. This is your chance to be a part of the pack. Head over to LouisianaRougarou.com right now and grab your season tickets. Join the Rou Crew and get ready for a 2026 season that you don't want to miss.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Right now, when you buy more carpet at the Home Depot, you save more during our Buy More, Save More event going on now. Upgrade your carpeting with top brands, then let us install it for you with prices starting at just 49 cents per square foot. Select from a wide assortment of carpet to fit your room, lifestyle, and budget during the Buy More, Save More event at the Home Depot. Offer valid October 16th through November 2nd, 2025. Base price for standard installations only. Excludes Traffic Master and stock carpet. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license numbers.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone Hampton, 9:33 the time. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. If you are in need of someone to take care of your facilities in any shape, form, or fashion, restaurant, you got tablecloths and uniforms and napkins, medical facilities with floor care, also uniforms, laundry services, first aid services for whatever business you have. They've got the kits, they've got the supplies, they've got everything you're looking for to help your business just get along better. And they do such an outstanding job. They're good people, too. Go see Troy and our friends over at Alsco, 318-636-0404. Our show also brought to you by Sports Cards of Louisiana. Sports Cards of Louisiana celebrating so much going on in the great world of hobby card collecting, whether it's Pokemon Go or Magic the Gathering or the more traditional sports cards that are out there, of course. Whether you're looking for the new Topps NBA, first time they've had a Topps NBA licensed product since, 04, 05, something like that. The new Bowman products, Bowman Chrome, those are hot as well. Panini's football products on the market right now, outstanding. The impeccable collection. Pricey, sure, but man, what you can get out of these boxes, holy moly. And if you are a hobbyist, if you are a card collector, you know that all the supplies you need are also right there at Sports Cards of Louisiana. They've got everything you need. They are so nice. Joey and Sarah do such a great job of making everyone feel welcome. They've got consignment, individual cards for sale in the desk there when you walk in. If you're looking for a rookie Drake May and that's what you have your heart set on, I know they've got one on the counter right there with your name on it, perhaps. Go by Sports Cards of Louisiana on North Market Street, just north of I-220 in the Brookshire Shopping Center. Same Brookshires that faces North Market. Just go around the corner where Video One used to be in that same building that's on the right-hand side, facing the side street. Sports Cards of Louisiana. Time now for an LSU update. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River Cities Lighting, taking care of your light fixture needs for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Been around for 13 years, buddy, taking care of folks. So Scott Robillay has a column this morning, an opinion piece in The Advocate on Scott Woodward, athletic director at LSU, maybe his biggest hire ever for LSU. Will he be the one to make it? You know, that's a very good question. You know, he was the one who brought Jimbo Fisher to A&M, brought Brian Kelly to LSU. Both look like no-brainer hires, but now they each have walked away with over $120 million, allegedly, of buyout money. And so maybe they weren't such great hires, but he has also brought Jay Johnson in. He brought in Kim Mulkey. He hired Jay Clark to take over for D.D. Bro and led the LSU gymnastics to their only NCAA crown. But as Robillay mentions, every program in the SEC, it's great for baseball, it's great for gymnastics, it's great for women's basketball, but athletic directors are going to be known for their head coaching football hires. And so, this next one, it's got to be a big one. And will he be the one to be around to make the choice? There's a lot of heat on Scott Woodward right now as well. So it'll be very interesting, this whole cycle, especially considering all the other universities that LSU is competing with for their next head coach. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. When it comes to light fixtures, there's nobody other than Kevin Bryant's crew that can take care of you the way that they can. Kevin Bryant and his crew, Lori, Heather, Courtney, at RiverCitiesLighting.com, 3908 Shed Road, Bossier City, supporting our show with our LSU update. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Natchitoches Central Chiefs, it's good old big bad Brad Laird. Hey, Brad, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Tim. You know, I was able to listen to a little bit of your show, and I don't know how I was able to get on this certain list last year, but you talk about honey baked ham. May have been the most unbelievable ham I've ever had. So I don't know what I have to do, if I have to win more games, if I have to give you a shirt. Let me know what I need to do. If there's somehow I can get back on that list.
You know what? You just made it back on the list.
There we go.
You are all set, buddy. We would never leave Big Bad Brad Laird off the list. Yeah, it's so good, and they're good people too, man. And so that's awesome. Brad, your fellas coming off a game against Airline on Thursday night, 41-21 loss to Airline. Airline's kind of getting their groove back after a little mini blip on the radar. But there were still some good things that happened for your kids. But what is the one thing that you kind of regret about that game? What's the one thing you look back and go, man, if we had just done this, I think we could have been a little bit closer?
Well, of course, you go back and it's easy to say I don't like how we played the first half. Against a good football team, a well-coached football team, you put yourself in a hole down 27-7, and it's just against a good football team. too much to come back from. Now, on the other end of that, I thought our guys did a great job the second half of, showing some resiliency because with about 8 minutes left to go in the game, we had the ball on two different occasions, down 33-21 to cut it to a one-score game. And that's after, we had 5 turnovers. We had a kickoff return for a touchdown. We had a safety, just on and on and on. And so I thought we fought back the second half to give ourselves an opportunity, but just dug ourselves too big of a hole. Credit to Coach Scoggin and Airline for that.
I've heard from other coaches talking about not only just what you're doing, but your entire staff, and that this is a pretty young team. I know Owen is certainly, you wish you could have him for another 4 years, and, you can maybe put a mustache on him and shave his head or something and try that out. But outside of that, this is a pretty young team, isn't it, as far as some of the principal players that you've got?
Yeah, for the most part, and got younger as the game went. We had some, we've had some injuries. Been very fortunate, here of late. We've had a couple injuries with our tight end going out second game of the year, but other than that, have been pretty fortunate. Had some injury bug hit us there, and the last game, and then the first half against Airline. But it gives young guys opportunities to step up, and it really shows us as coaches why we do what we do. Because you find out those guys that have just waited their turn, showing up every day to practice, love being a part of a high school football program, and then their opportunity, shows up and they take advantage of it. That's to me why, one of the gratifications of what I do.
Brad Laird and the Natchitoches Central Chiefs will be heading our way on Thursday night at Independence Stadium, or is it Lee Hedges? Independence?
Independence. Yes,
at Independence Stadium Thursday night to take on the Huntington Raiders, who gave Calvary everything they wanted and then some this past week. This is an enormous game as far as the playoff implications as well, because the Natchitoches Central Chiefs are just parked just outside the top 28 on the non-select Division I. You're number 29 apparently on the power ratings. 28 make it. Do you have to win this game in order to make the playoffs, you think, Brad, or does this just help make the playoffs and it's still not a done deal even if you win?
Well, I think, if you don't, there's so many other intangible, other things that have to happen that you have no control over. And, that's the last thing you want to do. But I think Huntington's in the same boat. I mean, you look at, all of a sudden they win the next two, let everything fall and see what happens. But, you kind of talked about it when you talked about Huntington and the game they had against Calvary and other games that they've had this year that they've been in the fourth quarter. And Coach Simon's done a great job. We had an opportunity to compete against them last night and freshman and JV. And, you could just tell how, he's handled that team and got that team going in the right direction.
When you're this close to the playoffs, I don't know, when's the Natchitoches made the playoffs, 4 years ago? Brad, do you remember? I'm trying
it was, I believe, 2021
okay.
Was the only time in the last 10 years.
How big would that be for just kind of the validation and for especially those kids that are going to be in the program next year, and maybe those middle school kids that are going to be coming into the program? How important is it for those kids to get that stamp of validation that, hey, if you do it our way and we pay attention to what we're trying to do and you give the effort, kids, we get that 11th week? How big would that be, you think, for the Natchitoches Central program to be able to participate in the postseason?
I think it would be big. I mean, you want to continue to make strides, and we've made strides, from year one to year two, and you want to continue to make those strides when there's been so many inconsistencies over the last 10 years. And so, and I think us all coaches know how much work these young men put in, and you want them to have the opportunity to to get a chance to get in the playoffs because you know how hard they work. But I know Coach Simon at Huntington is saying the same thing because his guys work hard. And so, what we as coaches, we want it more for these young men that put in a lot of work. And, so the 19 seniors we have, but also, those juniors and the sophomores and the freshmen and the junior high program that's coming along to see the direction we're going.
Brad Laird joining us, of course, the head coach of the Natchitoches Central Chiefs. And Brad, who better to talk to a guy who's got more than a cup of coffee, a long-time college head coach, long-time high school head coach. Obviously, the situation down in Baton Rouge got to the point of no return for Brian Kelly this past week. When you see how the world of college football has evolved, especially at the Power 4 level these last 3 years with the transfer portal and name, image, likeness, how healthy is the sport of college football at that level at this point? Or is it not as healthy as it could be, should be, because of just the expectations and the money? Or does that make it better? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think everybody's still trying to navigate that. But when you look, and since we can talk locally with what happened at LSU, and I feel for the guys on that staff that I know, the Blake Bakers, the Kyle Williams, the Joe Sloans, the Jake Olsons, the Kevin Peoples, the guys that a lot of them I've worked with. But that situation I think is a lot deeper than just Saturday night. I think this thing goes back to last spring. This goes back to the summer. And I think just the culmination of a lot of things built up. But I think the decision was made because, maybe Scott Woodard thinks, hey, I may fall behind if I don't make this move now. I may know in my mind that I'm going to make this move at the end of the season. But with where college football is now, do I put myself behind the 8 ball and put my program behind by not making that move right now? And I think those are the decisions that the higher ups are having to make because they feel like their program, and they can't afford for their program, especially the calibers of LSU's. You look at Florida, who's in the same boat. Who would have thought, week 8,
right,
that some of these jobs that are open would be open right now. But that's that's where we are in college football now.
He is Brad Laird. We really like this guy a whole bunch, and it's fun seeing the coaching sticking with these kids. And it sure seems to me, Brad, that there is no reason why Natchitoches Central can't be what Thomas Bachman has accomplished at Ash. That the sleeping giant could be awakened and could really be a challenge in Division I for years to come. And it just feels like that finally some really good choices have been made, and we feel like a lot of people feel like that the arrow is pointing up for Natchitoches Central. And kudos to you, your coaches, and those kids who are giving it everything they've got every week. And best of luck on Thursday against Coach Simon and those Huntington Raiders, and same thing to those guys. Hope everyone comes out healthy, Brad.
I appreciate it, and those that have the opportunity to come support us Thursday night, but also Friday night at Independence Stadium. I know you've talked about Woodlawn, but these young men need support. They work so hard, and if you get that opportunity, come support these young men.
Well said, buddy. Always appreciate your time, Brad, and I'll always enjoy our visit, buddy. Have a good day.
Take care. Bye.
Our little radio show continues, brought to you by the Chop Shop. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. They've got you squared away. Chop Shop. Roger, you know what? You want to just call Coach? Or do we need to take this time out? We got to take a quick little break. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. They've got smash burgers available today. They've got some of the most incredible beef. Buddy, when you taste their beef that's locally farm-raised, you're going to realize that there is a big difference in finding beef, chicken, pork, eggs, dairy from local farms. It just tastes so much better. Live dirty, eat clean. Or is it eat clean, live dirty? However the samples do it, they're doing it right at Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. It's the only place that I buy meat, I'll tell you that much, because it is just that good. We'll be back right after this.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Let's jump on our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation. Our final guest of the day on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. It's always fun to visit with Thedrick Harris, head coach of the Woodlawn Knights. Hey, Thedrick, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
We're doing A-okay, buddy. Of course, you've made it through the buzzsaw of Loyola and North DeSoto back-to-back and lived to tell the story. So there we go, man. There's that taken care of. What did you find out about your fellas in that North DeSoto game?
Well, I tell you, we in both those games we played well early, just until we ran out of gas. Those are, of course, two high-powered, well-coached teams. But I thought our kids played well early. We ran out of gas, but I was proud of their effort early.
Coach, this past week, I know that the Love Shreveport Bossier folks posted a shot of the Woodlawn crowd at the sidelines in the stands at Independence Stadium against North DeSoto, and I know that they have made a concerted effort. And I know that there some folks have jumped in and provided some gift baskets for the seniors, and they're urging they're going to have a flash mob show up out at Bossier High on Thursday night for the Woodlawn Bossier game to support both of these schools. When you have something like that happen from people who are complete strangers to some of these people are complete strangers to the Woodlawn community. Some of them probably are Woodlawn alum or friends of Woodlawn, may have kids going to Woodlawn. But a lot of the people that are saying they're going to be out there and support your kids, have nothing to do with either Bossier or Woodlawn. When something like that happens, how does that kind of go through your mind? How do you process when folks see this and just want to help kids feel appreciated?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that first of all, we're very appreciative to anybody that wants to come out and help these young people of any school. That wants to help, because these kids deserve it. They need it. They need support. They need people behind them. And so we're thankful to all those people that stepped up and want to help in athletics and around the city. Also, twofold, I have to also say that we do have a hardcore group of Woodlawn supporters and parents that do show up. I think it might have rubbed a few of them the wrong way, and I just I want to give them credit too, because there are people that are there rain, shine, sleet, or snow. And I think that kind of got lost in that. But on one hand, we're very, very appreciative for any help, anything that somebody wants to do to volunteer for kids. We're appreciative. But we also don't want to ignore, our parents and those people who do work hard and try to get to the games. A lot of our parents may have to work or, different things, or have kids and it's split. But, we're appreciative to them too.
Well, and I know, for instance, Thedrick, when I was still working at Channel 3 and my daughter played soccer, I would sometimes be able to squeeze in about 10 minutes of watching her play soccer, but for the most part, I had to work every night. And so I missed out on all that stuff. And so there are parents who are working nights, and that's just what their job is. Their job works from 5 to midnight or 4 to 10, and that's right when their kids are doing some of these activities. And so you understand that as much as they want to be there for that, I know I couldn't help it, and I'm sure some of these parents can't help it, that they've got to take care of their own business. Got to keep the lights on, man. Got to keep the rent paid. Now, I've lived it, so I know exactly what that's like. But for these kids that are out there busting their humps, what does it mean to them when something like this does occur. You don't want them to feel awkward about it. You want them to feel like, hey, okay, good. Someone's recognizing that we're out here busting our tails and we're getting a little recognition for it. How do you kind of handle getting it to the kids to where they feel the right way about everything? That was an awkward way to ask the question.
Well, I tell you, and you and I have talked about this before. I think that young people are much more resilient and much more flexible than adults a lot of times.
Yep.
And I think kids see things and move on. You know, if you know, if you're in the school business, you know, to the young people, a lot of those people will they look at it as old book instead of Facebook. They call it old book because that's where the old people are. and so a lot of them don't even pay attention to a lot of that stuff, don't know what's going on. One thing that, you know, I try to tell those kids is keep focused on what you got to do. We're trying to win ball games. And when we're trying to win ball games, a lot of times, you know, you try to cut out all the diversions. So I hadn't really talked about it a whole lot other than us being appreciative to everything that people are trying to do for us. So I hope that answers your question.
It does.
That's kind of how I look at it.
When you look at the playoff picture here, you know, where are we as far as what Woodlawn needs to do to be able to make the postseason?
Well, I think, you know, for us is winning. And, you know, we've got to go out and win the ball games that we can win and look at it. We're still sitting in great position, pretty similar to the situation we were in last year. And, you know, we've got to go play, you know, a very good Bossier team that's getting better every week with Coach Smith. And, you know, they're doing a great job over there. We have to be ready and take care of our business. And then I think all the power rating and all that stuff takes care of itself.
Montraville Lewis is one of those kids that's kind of burst onto the scene this year. There's been known quantities, you know, some of these kids like Kenny Darby, you know, Luke Delafield, that we've known about for a while. Jamarcier played her at Shreve. But then you have a kid that just kind of comes out of nowhere with Montraville Lewis, who is looks like that there's so much there to work with. And you know he's going to get better and better and better, and you're just hoping he doesn't get his best on Thursday night. What does he kind of remind you of, though? Because I've had someone mention this to me, Thedrick, that they remind him of Arnaz Battle, one of the guys that's been around for a while. I'm like,
yes, that's a really good comparison. He runs it as well as any running back, and you know, and he can throw it as well. So you've got a dual threat. You know, a lot of times, you know, with guys like that, you can just load up the box and try to stop him running the ball, but he can throw it. And so you have to be prepared and try to study and make sure your kids are ready for situations and formations and you know, and then play and do a great job of tackling. That's one thing we've got to do.
That is such a lost art. We've talked about so many times over the years, Coach, where tackling is just horrible at the NFL level, college level. I saw one of the Texas A&M scores against LSU. One of the defensive backs for LSU had a shot at a guy and just threw his shoulder at him and just tried to kind of push him out of bounds instead of just wrapping him up. You know, you're coming at an angle, just dive at him, grab his legs. He's not going to go anywhere. You don't see anybody do that. When you talk about just your kids have to be good at tackling when you face someone like Montraville Lewis, what is it that you want to see these kids do? What's the tackling way for tackling a kid like this? Is it to wrap him up and hold on for dear life, or you can't just throw a shoulder at him?
Well, you have to wrap up and get his momentum stopped. You know, that's one of those things. You got to be sound tackling. Tackling doesn't change. It's the same now as it always was. The thing you got to do is make sure that this is a kid that, you know, if you just hit him and not wrap up, or you don't get 2 or 3 people to the ball, he'll take it the distance. And he's done that, you know, week after week. So you got to do a great job of containing him. But at the same time, they've got several weapons that can run the ball and catch the ball and are very athletic. And so you have to do a great job. And that's typical of any Shreveport team. You're going to have 4 or 5 athletes that are as good as anybody. And you've got to be able to wrap those guys up, tackle them, and defend in the pass.
The Woodlawn Knights tasted success so much in the early part of the schedule. They want to get that taste right back again just in time to punch their ticket to the playoffs. One of the best ways to do it, Coach, to take care of Coach Smith and those Bossier Bearcats on Thursday night. A reminder that it's a Thursday night game, right, Coach? I'm not mistaken here.
Yes, it's Thursday, October 30th at Bossier.
At Bossier. Always enjoy visiting with you. And I tell you what, if your sister ever wants to come feed a radio crew, I know who would certainly take some of that catfish Holy moly. Every time I see Hardette post something, I see that catfish, I'm like, my gosh, that's the best catfish I've ever had in my entire life. So, good stuff. Coach, always enjoy visiting with you. Our best to your family and the boys over on Wingate as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Thedrick. Thank you very much, Skent-N-Dent, for being such a big part of our show and being a part of the high school coverage that we provide here on this 50,000-watt radio station. Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. Thank you to Spell Brothers Lumber for Tech Tuesday, Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers for our Player of the Week, Christian Maxey of Byrd High School with a school record 6 touchdowns and the 4th most rushing yards in a game in the 121-year history of Byrd High School. Thanks to Mudbugs Hockey, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, GBT, Bubba, Jerry, Steve, the whole crew at Chevyland, Bowman Asphalt, Chapin Toyota, Ken Chapin Toyota, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Walk-On Sports Bistro, River Cities Lighting, Daiquiri Express, Chasing Aces, Morrison DeWitt, Rejuvenate Medical, Porter's Cleaners, Accutemp, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Alsco, Honey Baked Ham, Bo Harris Wealth Management, Spell Brothers Lumber Chop Shop, Goodwill Industries, Skent-N-Dent, Cormier Family Dentistry, rest in peace. Officer Payne, Thomas LaValle, Bash 1284, and our friend Casey Hobbit. Hemmo, what you got going today? Not a bad idea. Have a great Tuesday, everybody.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.